I'll make it up, I'll make it, I'll make it up, I'll make it up,
It's Wednesday, September 24th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for another playthrough of Vantage, our fourth playthrough. This is not a continuing game. Each game is its own little experience, so if you haven't seen the previous games, that's okay. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. It's 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. I'm wearing a little t-shirt from an alternate reality storytelling community that one of the viewers of the channel runs. The alternate what do we call them? Alternate history. There's whole lots of fictions that are built on people imagining what would happen if something important had turned out differently in the world. Okay, we've got the normal group here, 8 concurrent viewers, says YouTube. I know Jonathan said he may not be around for too long tonight. I'm still recovering from a cold, but I'm happy to have company and spend some time with the group. I have missed being here with all of you. It is always a pleasure to be able to share these experiences. All right, so what should we talk about before we get started here? A little bit of bookkeeping. We won't be streaming tomorrow. Thursday, there's a local game design group having their pitch night, which I think is one of the most interesting nights of the whole year that they do. If you are in the Champaign area and you're interested in game design, you might want to look up this event. It's Thursday, it's at a local bar, and basically people will just get up and pitch their ideas for games. I have done it before. I won't be pitching any idea this year because, yet again, I've got another year working on New York Noir, which I've been working on very hard this last couple weeks. I found a book of like 250 apartment buildings in Manhattan with little summary descriptions of them, photos of them from the outside, but floor plans of each of these 250 apartment buildings in New York City and the floor plans. So I've been putting those in the database and I'm excited about that. All right, so nothing on Thursday, but Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we will be playing something. I just don't know what. I have scheduled Friday's live stream at 10 p.m. Saturday, we'll do the same thing at 10 p.m. And then Sunday afternoon, as normal, we'll play something. I'm not sure what. Then in October, we will do our traditional spooky game marathon. There's a Board Game Geek thread devoted to planning that month out and what games we play. We've got a whole queue of games to get through. If you're interested in joining for specific games, there are a couple deluxe ones. We'll probably try to play one quite special one right around Halloween. But if you're interested in that, and I know some of you are, stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this YouTube channel. It also looks like we'll probably hit 5,000 subscribers sometime in October, which is kind of exciting. It'll be about 5 years of the channel. I'm not sure how that will be celebrated, but it will be celebrated in some fashion on this channel, probably with me asking for people to consider joining the Patreon, which I appreciate you all putting up with my repeated mentions of that. All right, anything else to talk about before we get started? Okay, so Vantage. Our last session of Vantage was pretty short. We got killed very quickly. It's odd because we had one of the most peaceful goal missions that we were given to collect fauna, to collect flora, plants in the world, and we just walked ourselves into death. And there was some discussion about, should we continue that mission? Should we not? But I think the Discord group had a good idea, which is to keep these sessions independent. So we're not going to continue. We are keeping notes. I am keeping track as we play of each session, what goals we had, whether we failed or succeeded, what quests we discovered, any destinies we might have discovered, any maps we had access to. So we're sort of making some homebrew rules as we play. And one of them is that if we've gotten access to some map, we're going to let ourselves look at it again in the future, although it doesn't seem like it's actually important. If you need a map, you'll get it for your quest. But at some point, we may decide, hey, let's go back to and play this mission specifically with this specific character. But for now, we're sort of randomly taking things. Although I do think we have been playing with this character each time, who I don't love. This person is sort of prone to stumbling on dangerous situations. And he's supposed to be a navigator, and yet he tried taking over a city and stuff. So I think, though, we keep playing this character until we take care of his destiny, solve his sort of story, and then we'll move on to another one. But I do think I'm sort of inclined to stick with this guy as we... It doesn't make that much of a difference. But until we get tired of him, and then when we get tired of him, we'll do his destiny or his special stuff. There are a couple things that are special about the character, remember. They all have mostly the same abilities, slight change in what token they favor. But then remember, they all have these 3 things that are specific story items for them. And then they each have, I think, a different thing that happens when you fill out their grid of stuff. And then maybe they have specific destiny stuff. So we're going to keep playing this guy for a while. Okay, another thing to decide is what level difficulty we play on. The sort of standard one is with everything at 4. Can't remember how we played last time, but I'm inclined to start playing at 6 after that last death. Maybe we'll treat it like a legacy game. Like we played at 4 last time and we died a tragic death early. So I think we're going to play in the more relaxed form and start up at 6. All right, so we're going to run through the setup and stuff. Hopefully I remember how to play. But let me just check in with the chat, see how if there's anything else anyone wants to talk about before we continue. Joseph says celebration should be a 24-hour live stream. I'm not opposed to that. I've talked on the channel. I always loved the idea of when they did the Twilight Zone marathons, the TV marathons that are 24 hours. And I am capable of being up and live streaming for 24 hours. So maybe we will. Maybe we will do a 24-hour marathon. Okay. Let's do our setup here. So you remember how Vantage works. Oh, one more thing I do want to say. So you saw this little sheet of notes that I've been tracking. If anyone wants to join me on these Vantage playthroughs for the long term and help me keep notes, help keep track of each session that we play and what we've discovered, let me know. Let me know through the Discord or the Board Game Geek Guild forum, and I'll add you as an editor to that Google Doc, and you can help me keep track of that stuff. We still haven't settled on a day of the week for regular Vantage playthroughs. We've been doing them sort of Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, but let me know if you think we should pick a specific day of the week and play it every Monday night, whatever. Okay, so the setup is in the rulebook, but it's also on the back of these two books in two parts. Here's the first part. Got a message from the Traveler. Start out with 8 dice plus 2 per player. I've already done that. Each player gains a different skill, and it's matching character cards. So we're taking the Navigator, who's the purple guy, 1436. So we're going to just give ourselves that skill. Maybe I'll put it there for us. Place the card in the middle of the grid, which I have done. Trying to figure out what's the best. Okay. Place the card in the middle of the grid, gain its when placed benefits, which are 2 boost cubes. That's listed right here. We've got our character card. Now we set these to where we want them. We're going to play today on 6 because we got killed last time. First player gains 2 skills at random. So we're going to go ahead and roll our 2 skills. Okay, now the game does say if you get the same things, you're in for a harder mission and you can re-roll it. But this is the 4th session. I think we should probably stick with this. So we're going to go on a harder mission now, but at least we've started out at level 6. So we've given these 2 tokens to ourselves. And now 1578. All right, 1578 is our card here. And this is going to be our goal. Look at that. Discover the planet's origins of life. No big deal. Just discover the planet's origins of life. That sounds pretty serious. Identify the phrase origins of life in the result text of an action. If you do, gain a destiny or end the game with a mission victory. So that's our goal mission. And you'll notice it says difficult. So we probably won't succeed at this, but we can make some progress. We have been taking these goal missions seriously, but if the group strongly feels we should go off and try something else, let me know. All right, so we're going to put this up there, 1578. And then we go to location 1, which is on this book. Ship is malfunctioning. We're crashing. Each player gains a different skill. Select or randomize. All right, so we've been choosing. And if this is our goal, discover the planet. Seems like we're going to be doing a lot of exploring, looking. So maybe we should take a move. And that would give us card 2. All right. And now we're told to roll 2 more. Now, why do I have more skills? Well, let me just go ahead and do this first to figure out where we're landing. Okay, so it's the green curl and the thing, which is 385. So we've crash landed at this location. So I'm going to put this in front of me for a second. I'm going to take these 2 skills. And then I'm going to figure out, why do I have more skills than it thinks I should have? It says the first player should have 4, but I have 6. Why is that? What have I done wrong? Different skill. We took the purple. Then we gained 2 at random, which were these 2. Then we went to this location and took this skill. And then follow the instructions to get these skills. Were we not supposed to? No, we were. I have the correct amount. Okay. Oh, maybe it says, does it say here? No, I'm not sure why, but there's something I've forgotten about why those instructions don't quite match up with these. Here's our skills, though. So we have a whole bunch of the engage skill. And here's our starting location, which we crashed. We don't need this anymore. And here is where we've landed. 385. I don't believe we've been here before. It looks like the dense forest overgrew these ruins long ago. All right. Well, remember our goal. Discover the planet's origins of life. Well, Joseph says he recommends we start doing these things, which we haven't really been doing. What we have been doing, though, is taking our mission seriously and doing this. So I do want to start here. I think we should start by researching this mission. So it's a research action on card 1578. You remember that we've been using the app for this stuff. So 1578. All right. How can you complete the mission? This action can be performed at most once per game. So it's a 2 research test. I'm going to go ahead and not use our token for that. I'm just going to roll it. So we're just going to do a 2 test. Okay, you can't see that, but it's 2 hearts. That's pretty bad. On the other hand, it's research, so we can put one of them straight on this. And I guess we'll just eat this heart. We could re-roll it, but we might as well have one of them start moving. All right, so we've passed this test here. You formed a common bond with your crewmates over the question, why are we here? There are a few different places with visual clues for the origins. If you see something historical, talk to the people there to learn more. To help find locations where you can answer this question, gain the map of interiors. 1256. Okay, so I can't remember if we've seen the map of interiors before. It seems like we might have. Let's take a look at it here. So interiors, this seems like interiors are like, they're not quite cities, but they're places where people hang out. Every time we get a map card, it has the same rule. Gain boost per adjacent card. So maybe we shouldn't be doing this research until we have some other card out that we could benefit from this. But I'm going to go ahead and put this out. As soon as we do, we get 1 boost for 1 adjacent card. We can spend 2 boosts to get a navigation token or spend 1 boost to look at the book of Vantages right now, which I think we're going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and spend this boost to look at the book of Vantages on page 13. So here are our interiors. Now, we don't know where we are yet. We know we're in a forest. There aren't that many forests. So if you had to guess, you might guess that we're here, 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 or here. With some tall trees. Okay, well, the game officially says you can only look at this till the end of the turn, and then you got to pay boosts to look at it again, but we're not going to obey that. We're going to look at this whenever we want. And remember that sometimes while you read entries, they tell you what area you're in, so we don't know yet. And remember that this game wraps around, so it's not like you can go left till you hit the edge. So we'll just look around a little, but when we get a chance, we'll try to figure out where we are. I mean, there is a little cave there. Could that be where we are? There's more cave here. There's a little... this looks like a castle wall. I don't see that. And I don't see a lot of water, so if I had to guess, I'd guess we're in M. Okay, we'll put this aside for now. Okay, so we haven't done any of these. We've done research. Joseph says we should start doing some of these actions. Let's see. I highly recommend mastering or equipping action on your character before you start exploring. Okay, I'm not sure we've done this before, but let's go ahead and do that then. Let's do the master action. Let's see what that does for us, the master action. All right, so back to this. Is there a way? Okay, so for the inset one, I have this shown. Okay, but we don't care about that. We're doing the master action on our card. Okay, that's fine. So it's a purple with our card, 1436. Okay, it's a 5 test. Master some survival skills. You may perform this action at mouse once per game. So we haven't been doing these, but I think Joseph may know what he's talking about. Maybe we should be doing... Maybe we should be upgrading. Okay, I'm going to spend one of our tokens on that. When we still have a 4 test. And... yeah, okay, well, we'll have to live with this. Let's see what we've got. Okay, so that's a pretty good roll there. These 3 just go into the pool there. And this one, we're going to just put it back. That's what this says. It says just put it back. We'll have to re-roll it again. All right, so we've passed this test. Let's see. You master some skills that may help you to survive on this planet. Gain experience card 1455, 1 move and 1 engage. Okay, we got lots of engage tokens. I wish I had a better... I'm going to have to figure out a better view. All right, so there's our move and engage. We spent that one. Experience card 1455. So every time we play this character, we could do this once we learn what this is about, which makes sense. I mean, it makes sense that you should learn what their skills on their cards do. All right, let's see what we've got here. In fact, let me do it over here. All right, it says we've gained some experience. We've got a place we can put a move die rolled and get a boost out of it, or an engage die, a setback for engage to gain a heart back. Holy cow, that's huge. If at the end of your turn you must lose this card and gain this and this, you may then replace your character with 1442. What the heck? Let me look at this again. Okay, so you can see it's an experience specialized for our character. It can take 3 boosts on it, but then it says if full. Oh, if full. Once, okay, so we can only put this on 3 times. As soon as we do this 3 times, then we lose this card, we gain some tokens, and then our actual character gets replaced. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, so this we can use an infinite number of times, but this we can only use 3 times. But maybe this is a good thing. Like maybe we upgrade even more. All right, that seems like good advice that we got that card. That's going to help us. I think maybe Joseph knows what he's talking about, and we should do all of these things, although we have no money, so we probably don't want to buy anything yet. All right, let's try this equip action. So we're going to go back. We're going to do the green help action on 1436. Let's see what happens. Equip your binoculars. Perform this action at most once per game. So it's a 4 test. I guess we have binoculars. All right, let's go ahead. So we gained these. I'm going to spend our green token. So now we're at a 3 test. Okay, so we've got this, which we can put right here. So that's good. I think when I put this, I did not give us a boost cube. All right. We have no place to put this, and this goes back. So I'm just gonna suffer this, which makes our time go down one. Could re-roll it, but it's good for to keep these all equal, so there's no real problem with that. All right, so we've equipped our binoculars. What does that say? The binoculars offer you a fresh perspective of your surroundings. Gain item 1300. All right. So these are things that this guy is good at. Maybe this is what we should be doing all the time. All right, let's take a look at what his binoculars do for us. Oh, before I do, Joseph says, you don't gain the move or engage tokens on that card until we complete it. I guess, is that what I did? Did I take these early before I should have? Are you sure those were from that? So let me just make sure, let me just explain what's happening. Joseph is saying that I gave myself these two, which were here, but you don't get these into your full. So yes, that's clear. You don't get these into your full. But are you sure these came from this and didn't come from the online lookup? I'm gonna take these away from us, but I am gonna back this up for a second and re-look at master 1436. So look, Joseph, that's where I got them from. You master some skills that may help you survive, gain experience card, and one move and one engage. So this clearly is saying that I get these now. This storybook lookup. And then I can gain an additional set if this happens, or this could be an error in the online app. But so for once, I didn't mess up, and I do seem to get these two from the app. I'm going to give these to myself. We could check if there's a bug in the app, but Joseph says that I'm right. Isara says, I wanted to clarify, is the guy in that card building a fire? He is clearly building a fire. Yes, he's starting fire with wood. Someone may know what this device is called, but you're creating friction from a long piece of wood onto another piece of wood with some kindling in there. Lots of YouTube and TV shows that challenge people to start fire in different ways. Okay, this goes back, and this we've just got. Let's take a look at what we've just got. Binoculars. What are they useful for? It's worth $2 if we need to sell it for some. I mean, we can't sell it if we want, but if we run into someone who wants something, it's worth $2. We can put any look die on there to get a boost, and it's got 2 more places to put dice. And it says we can spend 2 boosts to gain a look token or gain your first personal objective. Wow, that's pretty cool. And it doesn't go away. All right, this is clearly, I can see Joseph knows what he's talking about when he told us to do these actions to boost ourselves up. Although we're going to run out of space here, but these are great cards. And yeah, this is a way to improve our health. I mean, I'm not sure we saw any of those in our previous playthroughs. All right, so we've got a whole bunch of tokens, a whole bunch of engaged tokens. So I'm more inclined to start doing this. I'd like to do this buy action, but I think it feels like we need money first. So back to our location, which we haven't done anything with yet. Let's make our first decision here. If we enter this place, we've got a place to put a whole bunch of movement dice. Here, here, here. So I'd be inclined to start entering places. Or not entering places, but moving and entering. But Jonathan reminds us that we should be on the lookout for choices here that let us continue again. So Jonathan says, let's do a scan, and then we can do a subsequent action. I like that. That's smart. Although it is a little bit wasteful. The dense forest overgrew these ruins long ago. So we are in some ruins. So maybe we are up where we saw that castle wall. Okay, Jonathan wants to scan. So we're going to scan. We're going to do this movement thing. So we're doing a scan on card 385. Okay, so not only have we got a scan, but notice it says M. So now we know where we are. We are actually where we guessed we might be in M. So here we are. We're looking for interiors. Maybe we can get a close-up here of M and see if we can spot some ruins so we know exactly where we are. Can you see exactly where we are? It seems so, doesn't it? It seems like we're probably right there. Yeah? That looks like our ruins. No? So if we're here, then it seems like we should head southwest and see if we can get to these 4 interiors. All right, that's kind of exciting. It's nice to know where we are. We did a scan. We have to do a test now. It's a test of 2. We have no tokens to improve our ability, but that's okay because we've got lots of places to put dice. So 1 is just free and 1 is a setback. We might as well put it here and get a boost here. Binoculars. Anytime we can trigger binoculars, we should. All right, so we've paid for our scan. Let's see what we see. You identify a hammock among the rubble. Gain 1 boost and 1 overpower and go to interior. We just found our first interior. All right, we gain a boost. Remember, when you gain a boost, it goes right on your character card. We gained an overpower, which is this nice thing. And we now travel to interior 544. So it actually jumped us inside. Probably the same thing if we had entered, I'm guessing. 544. We're in an interior. Have we been in an interior before? I mean, we've been in cities, but an interior is kind of different from a city. A little weird, but it looks like it's very similar. It's a vertical card here. Wow, look at this. The smell of flowers dances through the ancient ruins. We're in the interior. Someone has set up a hammock. that they've been sleeping on. There's some bones. There's a space shovel. There's an axe. And there's all kinds of engravings on this ruins. Wow, this is exciting. The smell of flowers. So what have we got? We've got an axe, a shovel, some bones. I'm not sure what this is. Someone is sleeping here and has just gone off. I don't know how happy they're going to be if we steal their axe or shovel. Now look, it's finally done what I suggested a while ago, which is these actions matched with locations. So like if you want to search, you're grabbing this. If you want to loot, you're grabbing the axe. And if you want to rip down the hammock, you're doing the break action. God knows why we'd want to do that. Trade, we don't have much to trade with, but we've got lots of tokens. Remember, we want to talk to people. That's our mission, is to go to interiors and talk to people about the planet's origin of life. So we probably don't want to make enemies with this person. We want to learn from them. Or we could scale up and get advantage of this larger area. But I'm not sure we need that. We sort of know we're in M. What do you think? Can we talk to the bones? You can't talk to the bones. There are our choices right here. I mean, I kind of want that axe, but I think maybe we should search. Maybe we'll discover some information about the origins of life in these ruins. And maybe we'll be able to, we'll find something that we can trade with this person, or we could just trade. I mean, clearly we're not breaking this hammock for no reason. And we could loot this place. I mean, we've got the tokens for it. Or we could just scale the ruins and see what we see. I'm inclined to search. Any thoughts? I mean, we are a navigator. We are better at this action, though. At the scale action, we've got 2 places to put dice. 3 places to put dice, in fact. So maybe we should scale it. Scale the ruin, and maybe we'll see something. Let's go ahead and search it. Jonathan doesn't know whether search will continue. Well, we're either scaling or searching, but probably we're going to collect all our dice back. So I'm going to say that we search. I'm going to search because I think we're going to get the dice back no matter what. And maybe we'll get this shovel. All right, so we're going to search. So we're doing the search action. And that's on card 544. Okay, it's a 5 search for a useful item. We have no tokens to spend, so we're going to have to roll 5 dice. But we only have 1. So when that happens, everything gets reset, refreshed. And now we're going to do a 5 test, but we've got places to put things. All right, let's see what we've got. 3 no results. That's great. 3 nulls. And we have a morale and a heart. I guess I shouldn't have thrown these away right away because we'll surely want to put 1 here, which gets us a boost, and 1 here, which gets us a boost. So that's perfect. All right, so we've succeeded in our tests, and we've even got some stuff from it. Let's see what we found. As you scour the ancient pillars, you find a shovel. Gain item 894. All right, so it was exactly what it looked like. It was the shovel that we got. It doesn't seem like we had to search and scour. It was right there, but all right. Let's see what we've got. All right, look at that. You can put an overpower die of any type on there. And you can put another one if you're digging and tunneling. It's worth $8. It's an Osane shovel. And in fact, we can take an action anytime we want. Pair your current region with its underground location and move there. What the hell? We can just tunnel from our current region, which I guess is M. That is a very intriguing idea, and you could do that whatever region you're in. So whenever you're in a new region, you could do this tunnel action, and then you would go to the tunneled area. Let's see if we can understand how that works. It says, page 47, the Book of Vantages. So if we go to the Book of Vantages, look at what it looks like. When instructed to pair your region with this chart, find the location card identified here. So we're in M. If we dug now, we'd go to 88. And no matter every region you're in, you could show up someplace different. So it's tempting to be like, okay, let's change our whole focus of this game. Let's just go digging around underground every time we move to a new region. It's an expensive test. Pair your current location. See the look storybook. So we happen to know we're in M, but it sounds like every time you take a look action in at a location, you find out what region you're in. Did we not realize that? That it sounds like if you're ever curious what region you're in, you just take a look action and you get told what region you're in. I'm just going to peek at this look book and see if that's the case. Aha, okay. So we did not realize that every look action reminds you what region you're in. We just noticed that occasionally we get told what region we're in, like here we're in M, but actually there's a systematic system. Every time you do the look action, you get told what region it's. So if you're ever curious what region you're in, do a look action there. This game is pretty damn impressive. I have to say, I've been pleasantly surprised by most of this game. All right, so we've got our shovel, which is like some supernatural occult shovel that lets us dig and go and travel underground. In fact, look, this is a tunnel for action, but whenever you take the tunnel action, you can put a die on here. It makes it even easier to pull this off. All right, this is a very valuable item. We're not going to be wanting to give this up anytime soon. So I will put this in our supply. And we've now done the search action, so we cannot do any more of these actions here. We're going to have to move along. But yeah, we can dig underground right here. Under the ruins seems like a reasonable place to dig. Pretty exciting. Although I would have liked to talk to this person. All right, we're going to go ahead and dig. So, we're going to take the tunnel action. It's a 4 test. We have a token we could spend if we wanted to. I think we'll just hold on to this for now since we've got places to put these overpower dice. So we're going to do a 4 test. Tunnel action. All right. So let's see what we've got. We definitely want to put this someplace. So I'm going to put this here, I guess. We're going to put this, oops. We're going to put this one here since we're taking the tunnel action. And then this one we don't really have to pay for. We might as well put it here. We can't use this. We can't use this. So I guess this one's going to go back. We could re-roll it if we wanted to. I guess we'll just put it right back here. It probably doesn't matter. The only reason to re-roll it would be if we could get some benefit out of it, which we really can't. Okay, so we've passed this test. And now we're going to go to location 88. We've dug underground. Hopefully we won't lose this shovel. So this is the underground location related to Region M. So no matter where in Region M we dug, we would get this location. What have we discovered? Thick tree roots from above function as sturdy supports for a sprawling cavern. The number of violet crystals growing with a number of violet crystals growing in their midst. So we can go north, east, or south. If we go north or east, we have to look up how to travel there. South just takes us backwards. And we could dig here. So, I mean, we've got this shovel for digging. It's tempting to just do more digging here and dig up some of these crystals. We could shout and try to get some attention of some creature that lives down here. We could relax. Now, the only reason, it sounds like relax, these crystals might be able to give you health or stuff back. But the problem is we're mostly full up with morale. So I feel like rest relaxes for morale. And since our morale is maxed out, I'm not inclined to do that. Explore or dig seems to be the consensus. Explore or dig. I mean, I'm inclined to dig up some of these crystals and take one with us. Although, is the game trying to trick us? Joseph says, what about doing the honing action on the mission beforehand? So there is a hone action on the mission. If we don't really know what that does. Maybe it would help us hone in on how to achieve this. Would that give us some guidance before we do that? All right, Joseph seems to have a pretty good feel for this. Origins of life. All right, let's do the hone action. Let's see if we can't learn a little bit more about this mission. Okay, so we're going to do the hone action on 1578. Now I note that we don't have good stuff for this green help thing, but we do have lots of rerolls, and probably we're going to get these back. So let's try it. It's a 2 test. Hone your talents for the mission. This action can be performed at most once per game. Okay, so that's a little bit unfortunate for us because we have 2 dice that we can grab. So I was hoping this was going to reset. We're going to have to place these now. All right, here we go. We don't have any tokens to spend. Let's see what we got. Okay, not so bad. So this one can go here. And this one can just go back here. There's no other place to put them. We could re-roll them, but no harm done. So let's just keep them. You work on enhancing an ability to complete the mission. Gain ability 1470. So we're working on something to help us complete this mission. I like this. I like this stuff. Wow, look at this. It's an ability to talk to people. Look what it is. You spend 2 boost to put any engage die here, or you put an engage die here and get a boost. And the boost collect here. You can spend 2 boosts to get an engaged token. And when you're interacting with a sentient, you can ask it a question by doing a 3 engaged test to view up to 2 different action costs, gain a boost on your character, and continue. So in other words, it lets us peek at different choices to see what the costs would be. It's a little bit of like premonition. Like we can say, should we do this action or this action? This lets it peek at them if we're not sure. Huh. Ask. Okay, so this makes it easier for us to talk to creatures. I don't know if we're going to be able to. We're running out of space here. And on this card, we've done the research and we've done the hone actions. Pivot and plead. All right, so we're back here. What do we want to do here? What do we want to do? We're either going to explore and dig, but let's see what the chat. I was going to question about what to do tonight. Just saw your scheduled plan video. Have fun playing Vantage. Hope Deadbolt Mystery Society will be on the voting poll. We're going to be playing, by the way. Where's my... Oh, I see. It's here. I was saying, where's my face? For those interested in Deadbolt Mystery Society, it's been a while since we played one. We're going to be playing a bunch in October. because Dead Vault Mystery Society has lots of creepy, scary games. All right, let's decide what we're going to do here. In fact, before we decide, let's go ahead and take our first break here. When we come back, we'll decide whether we're going to dig up these crystals or go exploring in the crystal cave. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, we're back. We've dug underground, and now we're trying to decide what to do. I mean, we do want to find people, sentients down here. So we could shout out for someone. I'm more inclined to dig. We've got places to put dig stuff. I'm just afraid bad things will happen to us if we dig up these crystals. Like, are these going to be living creatures? I think I'm going to have to dig these things up. I'm a little bit nervous about it, but let's see what happens. So we're going to dig here. Dig 88. It's a 3 test. Dig through the glowing sediment to the right. All right, so it's a 3 test. We only have 1 die here. We could reduce it to 2, but either way, we're going to have to refresh. So everything comes back, which is good. Now we've got 2 places we can put 2 of these. Possibly even 1 more. So here's the 3 test. I'm not going to use our token. Ouch. All right, well, we can put 2 of these here. We can't put this one here. We could re-roll it, but I think we'll just eat it and drop everything here. That way we're not maxed out. We can recover and maybe get stuff back. All right, so let's see what we see. Advance deeper into the planet to Dungeon 17. Oh my God, we've dug down into a dungeon? I'm not sure that's what we want to do. Too late. We've dug into the dungeon. Hope we can dig ourselves out. So it says, keep this location for reference. Oh my god. Look what's happened. A horrific dungeon monster slashes at you, drawing blood. We lose a heart right off the bat. So we've lost a heart down to 4. We don't have weapons. Fight is always available. Wow. The only thing to do here is fight or run. I don't think we should be fighting this thing. We can't talk to it. We can't find out of anything about it. All we can do is fight. We could fight it, but we've lost one of the places where we could put a token. We've got hourglass we could put here. We've got one thing here. It seems like an awfully tough fight. Wow, Isara wants to fight. Hannah wants to run. I mean, we could just fight this, but it's a horrific dungeon monster. And look how scary it looks. It's got claws and spikes. I just don't... I don't know about this. We could certainly... I mean, we're at full health. Well... Amato says run. I mean, maybe if we fight this, we can gain access to this room behind it that might have some clues in it for us. Should we fight it? We've got lots of rerolls. I'd rather talk to it, but it doesn't seem like it wants to talk. All right, we're gonna run away. We'll fight if it backs us into a corner. No, we can't really... I mean, yes, in a sense, you can use the shovel to fight if we hadn't already put a die on it. But since there's a die on it, we can't. All right, so we're going to try to run. So as a reminder, we're going to take the move action, which is that action there, even though it's a slight disagreement with the icon on the card here. So on 17, we're doing the move action, and now it should give us a confirmation. It's a storybook lookup. Exit the dungeon. So we're just going to go back to the surface if we do this. I guess we've already made our choice. We're really not allowed to change our mind here. We do have a house rule that if it's not what we said we wanted to do, then we could change our mind. But obviously we did want to run away. So we're going to do this one test. I suppose we could use one of our tokens to avoid rolling this, but we've got lots of place to put this. So let's just roll it. It's a minus. Is there any reason for us to put it someplace? So we could put it here and get a boost on this. The question is, do we want to gain experience? I think we do. I think I'm going to put it here and purposely try to improve our experience to upgrade our character. Return to the cave location from which you originally entered the dungeon. Okay, so the dungeon goes back. That was a very weird thing, and felt like we weren't ready for it, so we left. Now we're back out here. Now the thing is, we did the dig action, so we can't do the rest of these. We have to move now. I kind of wish we had fought that creature now, but now we can't go down into the ground again. We can't change our mind. That's part of how Vantage works. You can't redo things. So, I'll tell you what, though. Oh, we have to move. We can't do any of these other actions. We can't shout. We can't do anything. So we're either going to move northeast or south. I guess maybe we should map our way out of this. So let's go south to 28. We'll take a move action. That's just a test of one move. We got of this, so we just spend that, and now we go to 28. All right. So we found a cavern barrier. A sentinel blocks you from proceeding deeper into the cave. All right. We found a sentient. Now, let me remind you what we can do here. In addition to these actions, we also could try to ask it a question. We don't have the boost for that, so we actually can't. But if we did, we could look at these things. But we want to make friends with these creatures so that we can talk to them. So I think we're going to befriend it. Okay, so we're doing a engage action with card 28. So it's a 6 test. We've got plenty of tokens to spend. And we've got a place to put an engage. And that's it. We just got one place to put an engage. So, wow, a 6 test. That's a lot. But I guess we're going to spend 2 and roll. Well, let's spend 3. So we're going to spend 3. We're going to really try to befriend this person. So we've still got to roll 3. Okay, let's roll 3 dice. See what we can do with this. All right. Well, I'd rather not eat these. So this one we can put here to gain a heart. These we've got to take, though. Or we could re-roll them, but is it worth re-rolling? It's not it's not terribly. I'm going to spend a boost to re-roll one. Okay, we'll just keep that and put it there. Oh, and look at that. We can put this one right there. Because that one doesn't depend on what action you take. Okay, perfect. Here we go. We're going to befriend the Sentinel. It's lonely standing here all day, and you appeal to the Sentinel's desire for companionship. They share that they missed the days of training for this job, as at least then they could flirt with other Sentinels. Now they just stand here all day waiting for crystal collectors. Eventually they let you pass, and they look forward to seeing you again. Proceed deeper into the planet to Cave 88. All right, so all we got, it's looking for people with crystals that try to go by it. We didn't dig up any crystals, so that's fine. But deeper into the cave, 88, what kind of bullshit is this? What just happened? What just happened? This makes me angry. We just did a 6 test to go back where we came from? What? What? What the fuck? That's ridiculous. Yeah, we're gonna take our tokens back. Well, here's what I'll let us. We're gonna do a house rule here. We can either undo all of that, or we could let ourselves take an additional action here. What would we rather do? That's so weird. All right, so I'm going to take our stuff back. I'm going to undo that. That was just ridiculous. So we're going to undo that. So we're going to take these 3 back. And we're going to take this back and get our boost back. And I'm going to lose our heart and give us this back. So just basically, I think, successfully undone that. We're just going to leave this guy alone. It was a very weird thing. It seems like, well, we're just going to undo that. And from here, we could evade him, but we're just going to go right back where we came from. So this was a great place for us to dig or fight that creature, and instead we just ran away. So we could dig and go down here again some other time, I guess. I think what we could try to gather up these crystals, though. I don't think he wants us to. I'm just gonna leave here. 662. Yeah, let's just leave here. I think we've had enough of this place. 662. It's a movement test. I'm gonna go ahead and no, we'll just roll. Okay, it's a nothing, and now we go to 662. That was not the most exciting underground stuff. However, we've now emerged from underground, and it looks like it's a place we might be able to talk to someone. The sound of waterfalls to the west and north cheer your spirits while you admire the nearby lodge. All right. So it looks like we could enter it, we could spy on it, we could challenge someone to a duel, access or assist. We can always dig down and go back down to here and fight that creature if we get the urge to later, now that we've discovered it. But for now, we've popped out of there. All right, we could just walk right in. We could spy on it. Seems like we should spy on it because we're well equipped to do these purple actions. So let's go ahead and do the spy action and see what we can discover. 662. Okay, so it's a 4 cost for spy. We have no tokens to spend, so we're just going to roll these 4. But we do have lots of places to put them. All right, so let's see. We can put 1 here to give us a boost. We can put 1 here to put a boost on our binoculars. I guess that's it. On these 2, we have to eat. That one goes there, that one goes there. Okay. You gag at the sight of 3 large sentients peeling flesh from massive bones in the main entrance. The sentients see you but are unbothered. They toss you some meat but politely ask you to eat it later, explaining that they're vegetarian. Gain item 1217 and 2 boost. Okay, so let's take 1217, which seems like it's going to be some food for us to eat later. It's some food. You put an any engage die for a thing. It starts out with 3 on it. So these are the 3 that we can eat. We can do 3 times to put any engage on here. Or we can eat it to gain a life. But we have to do a test. 1 test. Huh. Okay, let's go ahead and put that on our player mat. That's the second card we've got that lets us get health back. So we could use this for health. Oh, that's the only thing you can use it for health. And when you do it 3 times, then this card goes away. Now, we also got 2 boosts, but we're full up on boosts. However, what we can do now, before we gain the 2 boosts, we can spend these 2 boosts for a money, and I do think we should try to acquire some money. And then we gain 2 boosts. So if we need 3 more money, we could get 3 more money right now. Or whenever we need it. So, unfortunately, normally we thought the spy would let us take another action, but it's not letting us take another action, so we don't get to go in and talk to these people. Unfortunately, which is what we wanted to. We wanted to talk to them. So we have to move along now. But we could go north, which might let us go straight in. I mean, I would like to talk to these people. To learn about the planet's origin. There's a waterfall to our west. We don't really want to go north. For the interiors, we said we wanted to go southwest, we think. So, shall we just walk off to the west? We can't enter. We could either go north, and maybe we'd enter. Should we try going north? West sounds good, says Jonathan. All right, we're just going to go west. It's a 661. It's a 1 move test. Oops, that's the wrong die. 1 test, here it is. It's a heart. And it's a movement for hearts, so we are allowed to put it right there. 661. Series of waterfalls separate you from some sort of animal vehicle hybrid. Okay, well, that's what we want. We want this animal vehicle hybrid. It sounds like we want to leap over there. We've got a bunch of tokens for it and a bunch of places to put die. I think we could just leap over there, or we could try to hail it. It's a taxi, you think? Should we just hail it? Have it come over to us? All right, we're going to hail it. So we're going to hail, since we're very good at engaging. 661. Hail a ride from the turtle on the other side of the waterfall. Okay, it's a 3 test. We're going to have to refresh everything. I guess we'll just, well, all right, let's spend 1 of our tokens because we have so many. So now we're going to roll 2, but we still have to refresh everything. Okay, and we're going to roll 2 dice. Okay, 2 time. Let's see, what can we do with this? I can't put it here. We can put 1 here. We could put it here, but I think we'll just eat it and move down. All right. Choose 1. If you have flora or food, or if you don't have flora or food. All right, so we got to pay this turtle. I'm not sure the turtle wants to eat this meat. And I'm not sure this meat is better for us. So what do you think? Should we pay him money, or should we give him some food? Joseph reminds us that we can trigger the binoculars, our first personal objective. Okay, well, let's do that in a minute. First, we got to deal with this turtle. All right, let's try to give this turtle a little piece of meat. So I'm going to say we do have 4 or food. The turtle nibbles on it and gestures for you to board on the vessel. Board the vessel. Gain 1 boost. You may hitch a ride northwest to a shoreside treasure chest, or to a quiet ceremony, or a glowing device, or a piece of spaceship wreckage. Oh my gosh. Okay, so first we gain a boost. We have maxed out boosts, so I'm going to spend these 2 right now to give us another money, because I feel like we're going to need money soon. Okay, so we spent those 2, and now we gain 1 boost here. Okay. Now, where do we want to go? We can go northwest to a treasure chest, northeast to a quiet ceremony, southeast to a glowing device, or southwest to spaceship wreckage. Sarah says, I like this turtle. John says, I guess go to the ceremony since we're looking for people to talk to. Okay, let's do it. Let's go to the ceremony. Northwest to a quiet ceremony, 667. All right, so we've gotten on this turtle, and he's taken us here. A pair of sentients holds hands on a bridge, while a third sentient directs them. He's like taking a wedding picture or something. These are some weird little sentients. All right. We can sneak, observe, entertain, steal, or attack, or honor them. But before we do, perhaps we should do our personal quest. So, personal objectives. So we're going to spend 2 of our binoculars to gain a personal objective 1610. Let's see what 1610 looks like. So it's a personal objective. Focus on a rune. Rune. R-U-N-E. If you perform a focus action, read 1610 in the Book of Secrets. So we need to be able to see a rune. And then we would trigger this. I don't see any runes here, but we've seen a whole bunch of them all over. So we'll need to find a place that lets us purple focus. So we can't do it yet. All right. And this just stays out. Maybe I'll just put it up here. Stays out is something we can do. Okay, here we are. Well, we're obviously not going to attack them, and we're not going to steal from them. We could entertain, observe, honor, or sneak. Joseph says, did we make sure to check the meat we fed the turtle was not turtle? Well, I mean, a dead animal is a dead animal. How does the ask action work? Okay, so Jonathan points out we do have sentience here. Okay, so what does the ask action do? Well, we could do an ask test. I guess before I looked at this and I said we couldn't do it because we don't have the boost, but that's wrong. At any time, we could do a 3 test of engage. And we can put some boosts here when we do it. View up to 2 different action costs and gain boost on your character and continue. So we do a 3 test and we look at 2 things here. Like we could look at the sneak, we could look at the observe, we could look and we could see what the app tells us it's going to cost us. But we're not going to be able to read the consequences, just the cost. And then we would gain a boost and do it again. So we do 3. I mean, it's not a bad thing because we'd be rolling 3 and we'd be able to put one of them right here. And maybe one of them here, which would get us, well, here, which would get us a harp and a boost. But I suppose it's more important when we're not sure what we want to do. We want to honor them. We don't have a token for the green, and we don't have a good place to put green, unfortunately. Should we try this just for the hell of it? Let's try this just for the hell of it. So we're going to do a 3 test with this. We'll be able to put one of them there. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do this ask action just for fun. So we're going to spend 1 token. So now we have a 2 test. So here's our 2 test. Okay. So it's not the best. One of these can go here, which gets us a boost here. I wouldn't mind re-rolling this and trying to get that. So I'm going to spend 1 of these. I'm going to re-roll this. It's this. That's worse for us. I'm going to go ahead and re-roll it again. Okay, well, that's what we wanted. So now this can go here, which actually gets us a heart. Now we've successfully done the ask action and benefited from it. And now we're allowed to look at the costs for 2 of these things. So let's go and see what the honor cost is. If we try to honor 667. Honor the sentience traditions by quietly waiting until the right moment and then offering a gift. So it's a 2 cost test, and we can see we're going to get choices based on what we're going to give them. I don't love that. All right. And then we could also see, let's see what the observe would be. If we observe them, this is a 3 test to observe the ceremony, where we learn a little bit about the ceremony. So we've done the ask action. We looked at 2 different action costs, and now we get a boost. That was interesting. All right, now we have to make a choice. We do have $1 we can give them. All right, you want to do that? I mean, we don't even know if they're going to like getting $1. But it does seem like they're getting married. Can we give them some turtle meat? We might. I think they're taking a picture on the bridge. All right, what's it going to be? Are we going to honor them with $1, or are we going to observe them? All right, Jonathan says let's give them a gift. Okay, we're going to honor them. So 6, 6, 7. It's a 2 test. We have no tokens, so we're gonna have to roll for this. Okay, a heart and a setback. We have no place to put these other than there. So there's the setback, there's the heart, which brings us down to here. The newlyweds soon cross the bridge, solidifying their union. Choose one. Give them each a good luck coin. So we're gonna have to spend $2 for these 2, or just wish them well. All right, well, we're gonna have to give them the $2. We've come too far, so I'm gonna give them $2. The sentients are touched by this gift from a total stranger, and they insist you join them for their first meal as a new couple. Gain 2 health. All right, well, we spent $2 and we gained 2 health. I don't love it, but that's not nothing. 2 health is quite a bit, but a lot of money. All right, well, we had a little adventure with these 2. Thank God we needed the health at least. All right, now we've got to move along. We could cross this, well, we could try to cross this bridge to the north, but we don't really want to go north. I think we should keep going west, I guess. I guess we keep going west from here. 6. I mean, we got here by. No, we got here on the turtle. Which direction did we go on the turtle? Do you remember? I don't want to go backwards. Whatever direction we went on the turtle, we should continue. I mean, we don't know what 668. We went northeast. It's really not quite where we wanted to go. Because we don't really want to leave. Well, maybe we don't care. So remember that we were in M. We want to find some interiors. There's a whole bunch more interiors here in M. Maybe we could go north and try to hit this one here or some other interiors. All right. Is there a waterfall? There's no waterfalls that I can see. I mean, there's this water here. We thought the ruins might be here, so we might be leaving. But let's go north. Let's go north over this bridge. I can't. Yeah, let's just go north. Let's see what happens. Looks like there might be mountains that way, though. All right, we're going north. So it's an asterisk, so we have to look up the cost. So it's a travel 667. So we're gonna go north. Sneak north past the ceremony. If you already interacted with the ceremony, reduce this cost to 1. So it's just a 1 test. All right. I'm just gonna go ahead. No, we got plenty of places to put this. Okay, so there's our this. It's a nothing. So the question is, do we want to put it somewhere to get ourselves a boost? Sure, why not? All right, let's see what happened. You quietly observe the ceremony as you head north. Gain 1 boost and go to 672. There's our boost. 672. A sentient hums a tune while fishing from a babbling brook. All right, we've got a new sentient in front of us. We can approach, learn from it how to fish. We can trade him. We can offer him. We can rob him. Or we can do our own fishing side by side. Or we could ask him a question again, but we're not really as well suited for asking questions now. So these little, what are these creatures made of? Are they made out of wood? Is that it? I think these are wood creatures that live in the forest. Well, we're well suited for learning. We've got lots of purple places to put things. So let's learn about his life or how to fish or whatever. So we're going to do the learn action. 672. Okay. So 672 is a 6 test. Learn how to fish from the friendly but difficult to understand sentient. All right, well, we've got lots of places we can put those purple. At least 2 places. It's a 6. Well, we can't really even reduce it if we wanted to, so we've got to refresh. All right, now we're doing a 6 test. All right, let's see what we've got. We can put one of these here. Sorry, let me put one here. We can put one here and get a boost. I guess that's it. The rest of these have to get used. I guess we put 3 here, 1 here, unless we want to re-roll, which I don't think we do. Okay, that still worked out pretty well for us. Their instructions are hard to follow, but you're familiar with their general concept of fishing, so you figure it out. Gain an ability 1461 and 1 health. Okay, so 1461. So we gained a new ability. We've learned how to fish. On a location with nearby water, then we do a fish action and maybe we get some health. All right. I mean, I don't love it. And now it says we gain 1 health, but we're already maxed out at health. So what do we read this? You would increase above 6, instead gain 1 random skill. So instead we get this. All right. Well, I mean, I keep wanting to talk to these people about the origins of life, but there's no origin of life from this guy. So it's time for us to move along. We're still in M. We could always dig back down underground if we wanted to, but probably not. I'm thinking we go further north. Or we could fish right here, but when we're at max health, it doesn't seem like it's worth fishing. We could go west, we could go north, keep heading north. All right, let's try to keep heading north. So we're moving 672. Approach the sentient. No, I guess we should have done that instead of learning from him. So we're going to abort this, I think. Or should we just do this? All right, let's do this and see what happens. So it's a 2 test. We've got places to put these, so I'm just going to actually roll both dice here. All right, let's see. What can we put? I'm going to put this one here and get us a boost, which is going to trigger this card, so we'll see what happens. This one can go here. All right, so we've done this test. Now let's see what he says. Seeing you approach, the sentient waves you over. Did I do the wrong thing? Oh, I did approach him. I did the wrong book. Okay. Approach. Yes, you're right. I did the wrong thing. Okay, so we're going to undo this. This came back, and this came back. Okay, we're just undoing this. So I meant to look up the move. It's a little confusing, you can see, right? Because this move looks like this on the app, on the upper left, but that's the wrong thing. It's this. This was actually, the app had a better decision, better solution. The app uses a different symbol for moving, and that's what these cards should have done. These cards should use a different icon for this action and this action. Yes, well, I see. Either way, it's a bad decision. Okay, so 672 in the depart icon. All right, and we want to go north. So, sneak north around the sentient. If the sentient is no longer an obstacle, reduce this cost to 1. All right, well, clearly he's not an obstacle anymore because we made friends with him. So it's a 1 cost. I'm going to roll this die here. Okay, it's a star. We're going to go ahead and put it here, which gives us a boost on this, which is going to trigger this card in a second, but let's go ahead and do this. You walk silently through the lush grass towards a towering city in the distance. Oh boy, we got a city now. $677. All right, a single tree has been cultivated into a towering city. Okay, this is definitely where these tree sentients live, in the forest. So we can always enter the city whenever we want, but we can also do these other things. Now, before we do that, let's look over here. It says, if full, which we filled it up by using this. Now, I'm hoping that this is a positive thing, that we've gotten better at starting a fire. So if it's full, you lose this card. You gain a move token and an engage token. Got a lot of tokens. We should start using them. Then replace your character card with 1442. So we lose this. This goes there. And then we hopefully are upgrading our character. 1442. So look at our new character. Okay, so it says transfer the stuff. I'm going to put the die back. These continue onto this card. Let's see how we've improved. It sure looks like an improvement, doesn't it? All right, let's take a look. This is the same. This now gets us a boost. He can now buy stuff and do better equip. I mean, maybe a different equip. Ignore cold damage. Remember last time we were traveling up in the mountains and we were dying of cold? This guy now has a jacket. He can go into the cold. This is the same. This is the same. Joseph says it's going to be the same equipment. So you think this is also still going to be to equip your binoculars. I mean, it is a different card number, so it could be different. It could be a different action. We could test it. All right, well, that was pretty cool. But unfortunately, we lost this ability, which is kind of nice ability. Sorry we lost that, but seems like it's worth it because now we can survive the cold. That might be a good incentive to head north to the cold area. All right, I am going to confirm what Joseph was saying just by trying this equip action here. So it's equip on 1442. Equip your binoculars if you've already done this. Okay, so it's the same thing, just like Joseph was saying. All right, so here we are. We've got the tree sentient city. We're always going to be able to go into it. So before we go into it, the question is, do we want to do something else? This guy might be guarding this city. So maybe it pays. Okay, look, we could ask him a question. And in fact, if we do, we've got good things we can trigger. We can put a thing here every time we ask someone something. So I think we should ask him. We'll ask him about this city of his. Maybe we can ask him if he knows anything about the origin of life. I mean, plant creature, trees are sort of the origins of life, so it seems like these people are the people to talk to. All right, so we're going to ask him. It's card 677. Ask the sentient about the city behind them. It's a 3. I'm going to spend 1 of our tokens so that it's a test of 2. Okay, so we've got 2 of these, which we don't have to pay for. So I'm going to put 1 here anyway, just so we get a boost here, because we can start to spend these on engage tokens. Or to put another die here. I like that. All right, let's see what he says. The sentient waiting in front of Tree Trunk Village recommends the mask shop, the shipwright, and their own tavern, of course. Gain 2 boosts. All right, so we gain 2 boosts. We're going to spend 2 first to get a money. And then we're going to gain a boost. And we may very well need more money before we're done in this village if we want to buy stuff. Okay, so he recommended 3 places, huh? Do we need to write that down? The mask shop, shipwright, and the tavern. All right. Gain 2 boosts. So we've done the ask action. So the only thing for us to do is go inside or move along. So I guess we're going to go inside and enter. Enter the city through a narrow entrance. Okay, it's a 3 test. We've got 1 place we can... Now I've got 2 places. I'm going to spend 1 token and roll... I'm going to... Yeah, I'll spend 1 token. I'll roll 2. Okay, that's pretty bad. So we've got to place these 2. And we can't place them anywhere we want to. We would just take two. I'm going to go ahead and spend one of these to re-roll one. Okay, it's the same result. When you get the same result, until the result changes. Wait, what? So we spent a boost to re-roll one of your challenge dice until it changes. Okay, so we re-rolled it until we got this. All right, now, what else does it say? Gain one random skill or transfer one reserved card into your grid. That's if you have extra cards that then fit in your backpack. That's fine. So we can spend a boost to do any of these three things. Reroll a die until it changes, gain a random skill, or transfer. All right, that was pretty cool. That upgrade is significant. All right, now we can spend one of these here, which gets us another boost, which is nice. This one we have to put out, though. Whoops. This one we have to suffer. And I'm just going to go ahead and suffer it to move that down. Here. All right, so now we're entering the city. For such a vast city, the gateways are quite small. Go to City 519. So these tree people are pretty small. Now we're in their city. All right, the towering tree trunk village is built into a single massive tree. You may perform multiple different actions here, one per turn. All right, so what are we looking at here? He said the mask shop, the shipwright, and the tavern. So this looks like a shoe shop. This is the shipwright's store. You can see there's a boat being built there. And then this looks like it's probably the tavern. So this is the tavern, I guess. Which of these icons is the shipwright? It looks like both of these. Kind of weird. And then what is this? Or is this the mask shop? Jonathan says the mask shop is offer. So Jonathan thinks this one here, is the mask shop. And the tavern is talk. You think this is the tavern? And then which of these is the shipwright? Looks like there might be a patrol going on here. Well, we can do all of these, but all right, should we go into the tavern first? Do you think this is the tavern? The talk tavern? All right, let's do that one. So, talk 519. Talk with patrons at a local tavern. So it's a 3 test, and we're gonna have to do some other stuff. We don't have much great place to put these dice. It's not an ask, it's a talk. Okay, let's go ahead and spend two of our tokens here, so that we only have to roll one. A setback. Okay. So that's our test. Tipsy wood sentience, sip on a sap-like beverage in the local tavern. Choose one. Pay $1 for a drink. Scoot your chair over to a wizened half-blind sentient, or sell items from your inventory. I see. We could sell items here. I mean, we have this very expensive shovel if we wanted lots of money. I don't think we really want to sell stuff. The only item that's of value is our binocular and this, and I don't think we want to sell those. So I don't think we should be selling anything. We could talk to this person or pay $1 for a drink. What do you think? I mean, we have money, but our health is maxed out. If we drink, are we going to get health? We could get morale, which would be nice. But I guess we're more interested in talking to this creature. All right, scoot your chair, talk. Okay, here we go. The old sentient repays your kindness by sharing a way to tap into greater potential. Gain lesson 1424. A lesson, huh? 1424. Look at this. He taught us a spell. Level 1 spirit magic. We can learn a basic spell. Tapping into mana requires risk and sacrifice. Gain lesson 1425. You may lose this card. So let's understand how this works. So we had one of these before. We didn't get a chance to use it before. So this card just sits there. You say, okay, we're going to try to learn it. So you do this test, and I think you're hoping to roll a star, a morale, while you're running this test. If so, you put it here, and you gain this spell. Either way, you gain less than 1425. You may lose this card. I'm not sure what determines whether you lose it. All right, that guy just taught us some magic. I'm inclined to try to trigger that, but I don't want to trigger it until we have places to put these purple tests. So I don't think we're quite ready for this, but very soon. That guy was nice to teach us that. Now, okay, so we're done with this, and now we're back in the city, deciding something else to do next. All right, we went to the tavern. Should we go into the mask shop now? Yes, let's go into the mask shop. He recommended it. That guy has not steered us wrong so far. So we're going to go into the offer. Maybe we'll have to pay something for a mask. You want to visit the shipwreck first? I wish I knew which one was the shipwreck. Access or enter? I think the shipwright we might get on a boat and travel. So I think we should visit the mask shop first. So that's the offer thing. Offer 519. Offer your assistance to the local tailor. Is that the mask shop? I guess it doesn't seem like it. We didn't really want to go here. But we're stuck with it. All right, I'm going to spend one of our tokens. So now we have a 1 test. And it's an hourglass. Unfortunately, we have no place to put this. We could re-roll it. But I'm not really hoping for anything better. So I'm just going to eat it and drop the hourglass down. The tailor barely looks up as they carefully chisel away at a wood sentient's face. Choose one. Honor the process by giving them privacy. Quietly study the importance of masks in wood culture. Build a new life for yourself in the city. So the tailor is the mask shop. It's like a tattoo. You go to the tailor and he chisels away at your wood face. All right, I guess we're going to study the importance of masks. I'm not sure how that's going to help us, but that's what we should do. Should we build a new life for ourselves? Feels like that's going to end the game. I'm not sure we're ready to settle down here. I'm going to study the importance. Unless you really want to build a life for yourself. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a break here. When we come back, the group will decide whether we want to build a new life for ourselves here in this wood city. I'll see you in 8 minutes.
I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
We're back 2.5 hours into our fourth session of Vantage. YouTube says 17 concurrent viewers, 7 likes. Wouldn't kill you to hit that like button. All right, so the question is, what do we do here? We were thinking, should we end this whole mission here and just build a new life for us? But I don't feel like we haven't met a wood tree girlfriend. We don't really know much about these people. I don't feel like I'm ready to settle down here. So I think we're going to study the masks and learn about them. You learn that wood sentients can have elements of their personalities adjusted by expert tailors. Gain 2 boost. Okay, so we gain 2 boosts, but we want to spend some of these before we do. So I'm going to spend 2 for another $1. Now we have $2, and now we can gain these 2 boosts here. And now we're back to making a decision here. So where have we been? We went in the tavern. We went in the mask shop. We haven't been to these 2, which both seem related to the shipwright. And then this one, the navigate. I don't really understand what that is. Now, we do have a place to put navigate dice. So that's tempting. We also have a place to put the enter dice. Always weird when we got these choices that don't really make sense. Any thoughts? Access might be visiting the actual shipwright. Enter might be boarding the ship. Well, let's do the navigate action. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to say navigate 519. I really don't know. All right, it says navigate through the busy city towards a fishing supply store. A 6 test. I really don't want to do this. I don't want a fishing supply store. I really don't want this. Yeah, let's just back out of this. Remember, our homemade rule is that if we choose to do something and it says we're doing something contrary to what we wanted, then we don't do it. So we back out. So we're skipping that fishing supply store. We already have a fishing rod. We know how to fish. And it's not quite true. We know how to fish, but we don't have fishing supplies. But I don't feel like we want any fishing supplies. All right, so it's either going to be enter or access. Which, boy, they sound the same to me. However, we're better at the enter skill. So I think we're going to do enter. 519. Just because we're better at that. Enter the climbing gym. How weird. I mean, I don't really want to go to the climbing gym. Why? How is that supposed to be a climbing gym? How is this supposed to be a climbing gym? All right, we're going to back out again. Not what we wanted. So what are we going to do? I guess the last thing for us now is the access. All right, here we go. Access. Access the hull of the local shipwright office. It's a 4 test. All right, well, we don't have any of those icons, so we're going to take everything back and do a 4 test. Okay. Well, there's our items. We don't have much place to put it. We could put one of these on here and get a boost. We can pay to put one on here. No, that's an access. That's not for that. All right, well, we don't want these. We especially don't want this one, since our morale is already low. So I'm going to spend this to re-roll this one until it changes. Okay, that's fine. Now we've got this. We're going to put this one up here. So we've got 1 morale. Do we want to re-roll that? I feel like we want to re-roll it so it changes. Okay, so it's this. We'll just put it here. All right, we're done. A landlocked shipwright doesn't have much to offer other than an old map or their services. Choose one. Rob them of the map or enlist the shipwright to join you for a journey. I mean, we have some money. We're in their city. I think we're just going to have to enlist them. Gain sentient 1364. Oh, we've got a friend now. All right, it's a very strange looking creature. He starts out with 2 boosts on him. It's Birch the shipwright. When he uses up all his boosts, he disappears. All right, he's got places where we can put dice, not many though. He's got 4 actions that we can take specific to him. We can learn from him, we can flirt with him, we can swindle him, or we can duel him. And we can pay a boost to look at an adjacent listed location, reduce the cost of a location action, or gain vehicle 1014. Then gain a boost on your character. So you can only do 2 boost things with him. Look at an adjacent listed location. Read the cost of a location action or gain a vehicle. It seems like gaining a vehicle might be worth it. Or we can... No, you can't upgrade him. That's just someplace you can put a card. All right, that's kind of weird. But he's going on an adventure with us. Now, something else has happened. We have filled up the grid. We're told the first time a player has a full grid, gained Destiny 1705. Okay, let's see what that is. This is the first time we've had this happen. So we've got now a Destiny goal. Survive until help arrives. Whenever a player ends their turn, they may add 1 token here. If they do, they gain a boost on their character. The game ends if there are 6 tokens here. Read 1705 in the Book of Secrets. So here's a way for us to have a Destiny end game. You can choose if you want to be waiting until a ship arrives. So this goes there. Every time we put a token there, we gain a boost, and ends if there's 6. You might as well fill up 5, right? They may add 1 token here. If they do, they gain a boost on their character. So this sounds like it's a free 5 out of 6 boosts before anything triggers. So for example, right now, I'm going to put 1 on here and gain a boost. Why not? Unless I'm misunderstanding that rule. The only decision really is whether to put that final 1 on there and end the game. And it sounds like we should probably fill it up most of the way just in case we need to end the game quickly that way. All right, we should also, if there's any way to build these up or keep this from triggering, we should do that. Now, before we leave the city, I think it's time for us to do this, to try to learn this magic spell. Because we've got lots of rerolls, so we should be able to pull this off. So we're going to try a level 1 spirit magic. Now notice you can choose. This X means you can choose how many dice to roll. We need to get at least a star. So we could just choose a 1 and spend rerolls until we get this. But we do have a place to put 1 die there. And 1 die here. So I think we should choose to do a 2. So we're going to do a 2 learn. We've got 2 places to put either die. So maybe we should be doing a 3 learn. Yeah, let's do a 3 learn. In fact, there's another one here. Oh no, we have to pay for that. Okay, we're going to do this. We're doing a 3 learn. And we're going to use that to trigger this, this, and this. Here we go. Okay, so that's what we rolled. So in fact, this one is exactly what we want to put on here. And these 2 we're going to put here and here, which gives us a boost here and a boost here. And we've learned spell 1237. And we did this. So we gain lesson 1425 and spell 1237. I'm also going to spend these 2 to gain this. Okay, let's go get our spells. This is the first time we've learned a spell, so that's kind of exciting. So we just learned this magic spell. What does it do? When placed, gain a cube on each card in this column. Oh, that's pretty cool. And this lets us put any star to get a boost. Pretty cool. Okay, now notice that this is full, which means this would go in our reserve unless we want to swap it out with something. I think what we're going to do is we're going to trigger this. I don't think we need this ask thing. Although this is not that useful either. I'm just trying to think, like, what do we want to replace? What do we want to replace? Because we definitely want to keep carrying this. I think I'm going to swap out this and put this here. When this is gained, when placed, gain a thing on each card in this column. So I'm going to put one here, one here. All right, let's just look at what this does again. So if we get a star, we can put it here. That gives us a boost. We can spend a boost to re-roll any unplaced star results. So this would be amazing if you roll like 3 stars. You could re-roll them all. That's a nice spell. Okay, now let's look at spell 1425. Not spell 1425. What have we got here? We've got lesson 1425. Let's see what this is. So it's a level 2 spirit magic. Can learn a new spell. To upgrade to 1426, you may lose this card. This is a weird thing because surely we don't need this anymore. We've learned this spell. So I think we're going to voluntarily swap this out. We can learn level 2. We've already learned a level 1. We can try to learn a level 2 spell. Same exact system. This is not discarded. This is sort of in our back. These are in our backpack. We don't have access to them currently, although I don't really... It's weird that it says you may lose this card. I mean, clearly we don't need this anymore. Each card in this column, Joseph is reminding me to put a cube on this card as well. That's great. Now, why wouldn't we do this again? Because our purples, our places are all filled up. So the next chance we get, we should learn some more magic. All right, we've done with this turn. So let's go ahead and put another boost here. I'm going to go ahead and spend 2 for a... I feel like maybe we have enough money already. I'm going to take a navigation token instead, and then we're going to gain a boost. Probably we should start using these to re-roll these anytime we get them. I think you sorted it, but it seems an important rule. Oh, yes, I think you're talking about the extra boosts. Let me just make sure. You can only have 1 reserve spot, so you must discard down to 1. Yes, Joseph is reminding me something. I'm going to explain that rule in a second. When the card says you may lose this, does it mean you might lose it or you can decide to lose it? That's a great question. I think maybe it's reminding you that you can choose to lose it. I think that's a great question. Okay, let me address now Joseph's point. You don't have unlimited backpack reserve space. The way you calculate how much space you have is you look for these little plus signs. So this says there's only 1 of these pluses, so we only have 1 extra card. So if we want to throw something else out, we're going to have to get rid of these cards permanently. But right now we have to remember we can't use these spots. But quite right. As we start getting new items, we're going to have to throw stuff away permanently. So we probably want to transition. We've got enough stuff now. We should probably stop trying to acquire stuff. It would be nice to know what this may lose this card. I wonder if the glossary has something about spells. What do you think? Could we go into glossary? FAQ. It's not FAQ, is it? There is a glossary. It's in the secrets. Let's see if there's got an entry for spells. When you place a spell in your grid, gain a boost on each card in the column. Most spells have an impact. Okay, so it's not really the spells, it's the lessons. Okay. Let's read what it says. There are 3 types of magic. The most common way to gain access to magical spells is through lesson cards. Each lesson card has a look-learn action with the cost of X. The more dice you roll, the greater the chance you will roll a challenge die that you can place on the slot at the top. You can use this slot for any look-learn action. Even if you do not roll the matching icon, a lessons learn action always unlocks the next level lesson in that school of magic. I guess it seems that the May is just a reminder that you can throw it away if you don't need it anymore, which I guess is what we did. But I guess you might still keep it even though you had learned a spell just so you can put another die on there. All right, well, that's been a very long turn. I did want to remind ourselves what Birch the Shipwright does. Look at an adjacent listed location, read the cost. Okay, that's clear enough. We can also gain a vehicle. And we can also do these 3 things with him. We can learn, we can flirt, we can swindle, or we can duel. All right, this guy I'm not in love with. I mean, he does have a place for us to put a look action, but we have to pay for it. And this helps us do stuff with shipwrights, with these trees. So I think probably until we leave the forest, we should keep him. But after we leave the forest, maybe we should do something with this guy. The question is, are we ready to leave the city? We've spent quite a bit of time here. I think we're ready to leave. But we could go fight with this patrol. Gain some shoes. It looks like these, I think looks like these patrol places are a place to get shoes. On the other hand, we've already said that we don't need to get more items. So I think we should just leave here and try to get back on our mission. So let's just leave the city. All right, so we're going to take one of these actions. We're going to leave the city. Unless you guys want to see what the patrol place is. But it looks like the patrol is where you're going to get shoes. And I don't think we've got room to carry shoes around. So we can go to 677, 676, or 678. We've already been to 677 south. So I think maybe we should go north. Looks like it's up this mountain. That looks a little bit of trouble. All right, Jonathan is leaving us. So always sad to see Jonathan go. Oh, no, Jonathan's not leaving. I thought he says time to head to bed. He says time to head north to get to I. All right. You convinced me. Let's go north. We got tokens to pay for it. Okay, so we're going to navigate on 519. North. Trek north after passing through the city. Okay, so it's a 2. We've got one place to put it. one place to put a heart. I'm going to spend one of our one of our tokens to only have to roll one. And I've rolled a blank. I'm going to have to fix that screen next time so I don't have to keep switching so much. Okay, so that's a 1 test. We've passed it. Your thighs get an excellent workout as you stroll through the city, the streets of which are almost all staircases. Go to 682. Okay, so we've gone through the city, 682. That was a lot of fun. We spent a lot of time in that city. All right, what have we got here? Lamp lights glow through the vines, adorning the old hollow treehouse. There's a deer. I think that's what they were eating, the deer. Looks like someone is here. This kind of looks like the traveler, but maybe it's just another tree creature. All right, it's not going to be so easy to go north from here, I fear. But what do you want to do now? Shall we enter? Shall we spy? Shall we greet? It feels like maybe we should greet these people. Because there's a tree guy on this, we are going to be able to put a die here no matter what we roll. No matter what test. So let's go ahead and greet, and let's see. Hopefully it won't be too expensive a test. So I'm going to greet. Remember, we're trying to meet people. 682. It's a 4 test. Yikes, that's expensive. All right, we have no... Well, I shouldn't say we have no tokens, because you can use boosts whenever you want. So I think it's time we actually spend 2 of these for a boost. I mean, for a token here. We can do a bunch of re-rolling, and we'll be able to put one here, and we could put one here. All right, so I'm going to spend this to reduce this to a 3. And I'm going to roll 3. All right, well, I don't love it, but let's see what we can do here. We're going to put the hourglass on this. We can do that because we're in the presence of the tree sentience. This one I'm going to put here. And this one I'm going to put here, which costs us a boost. Because I really don't want to... Actually, I wonder if we wouldn't be better off spending these for it. Try to get something else. I'm going to spend a boost to re-roll this. Good. Okay, there's our cost paid. The sentient at the door is joined by several others who peer out the windows. Choose one. Share a story with the occupants, or persuade the sentients to let you buy their house and its contents. Pay $35. You may later repeat this action for this option only if you don't choose it now. All right, this is like a 7 Citadel thing where it's like so insane that you could ever afford to do this, but that there's some funny little story if you do. All right, well, even if we sold everything we owned back at the city, I guess that city is a place where you could go to sell stuff. But So theoretically, you could come back to that city and sell everything you own to buy this house here. But that's not, we don't have that kind of money. $35. We're on the Fifth Avenue of this forest. I like option 2. Okay, so yes, we're option 2. We can't afford the house. Let's just share a story with them. We'll tell them about the masks and stuff. The family of Sentience is eager to hear more tales of your adventure, and they invite you inside for dinner. You weave a tale that eventually puts them to sleep. Gain 1 health and go to Interior 586. All right, we don't need the health, though. So instead, we gain random skill. I mean, that's very wasteful. We should be re-rolling until we start losing health. All right, let's see what random skill we got. A move. Should give you a choice. All right, but now we've gone to Interior 586. Are we in their house now? That's very interesting. We are in their house. Look at this. Wow, we're in their house. And they're asleep. Look at all the stuff they have. Full of magic. It looks like there's a puzzle we could try to solve. We could try to wake them up and persuade them for something. Build. Steal. Raid. Wow. Look at all the magical stuff they have. And it looks like if you choose the solve thing, you're going to get a puzzle. So it seems to me we have enough items that maybe we shouldn't be trying to steal or raid their place. We could try to build something, or it seems like we could try to solve a little puzzle. Or we could go deeper into their house. We could go deeper into their little bedroom. But we could go deeper later. Raid is taking this tree stuff. It looks like mistletoe. All right, shall we try to solve the puzzle? It seems like that's what this group has a little bit more experience about. All right, let's try to solve the puzzle. The bad news is we don't really have the dice placement, but we might get it back. Let's remember we have this card that can take a star of any type, which is great. Okay, we're going to try to solve the puzzle. This is so crazy that we're in their house and they're asleep. All right, here we go. It's a 1 test, an artifact puzzle. So we could pay the token or we could roll it, but do we want to roll it? That's the question. We don't have a good place to put it, so I think we're just going to pay to avoid having to roll this, because there's a very good chance we don't have a place to put it. Okay. Here we go. Find card 535. Place it on the table. According to the find script etched into the leather, you can unlock the item's magic if you use the tools in the correct order. The goal is to select the tool to use 4th overall. See entry 586 for the solution. Okay, so 535. We've got a puzzle now. Let's take a look at this puzzle that's in their house. Is that like a board game? They got an escape room in their house. According to the find script etched in the leather, we can unlock the item's magic. We have to use the tools in the right order and then answer what the 4th thing is. Okay, let's see what we've got. The test is on interior 586. The three rightmost tools are used consecutively. The hook is the last of these tools. Okay, so this is a little constraint satisfaction. These three are going to be used in a row with the hook last. So it's either going to be A, B, C, or A, B, C in some order. The tool with the black diamond is to be used first. Okay, there's that one. We know that one's first. Let's see. Let's see what's the right way to do this. We're going to do it like this. Okay, black diamond is first. We know that. The tools on the ends should be used second and fifth. So this is second and fifth, or fifth and second. Use a tool with a yellow tassel immediately after using a tool inscribed with a maze. Okay, so I think this is the maze inscription here. Yes, that's a maze. Yellow tassel, but move this down. It looks like there's two with the yellow tassel. Feels like this is a yellow tassel and this is a yellow tassel. A tool with white teeth is used second. The rightmost tools, sorry, this one here. The tools on the ends use second and fifth. So is this the teeth? Because if this is the teeth, then it's used second. Let me just play that out. Or is this teeth? And is this teeth? This certainly looks like teeth. But this might have teeth too. Okay, let's see. Three rightmost tools are used consecutively. So it's either, and this is the last of these. So of A, B, and C, this is a C, and this is an A or a B, and this is an A or a B. Okay. Black diamond goes first. Tools on the ends are second and fifth. So this is either second or fifth. This one is second or fifth. A tool with a yellow tassel is used immediately after the tool inscribed with the maze. So whatever this is, let's say it's X, then the teeth comes next, which could be this one or this one. Oh, yellow maze, sorry. It's not the white teeth. Okay, after the maze comes the yellow tassel. I see. Okay, so there's the maze. So the yellow tassel is either this one, or is that a yellow tassel? And then white teeth is used second. Okay, so this doesn't have white teeth. This one does, so it has to be this second, right? Because we know these two are second and fifth. So this must be the white teeth used second. So this must be 2, which means this must be 5. And we know this is 1. And after the maze, a 2 with the yellow tassel. So it has to be this one. It has to be 6. That has to be the yellow tassel immediately after the tool with the maze. So 1, 2, which means this guy has to be 3, and this guy has to be 4. Because we know that if this guy's 2, then these got to be sequentially after him, 3 and 4. So there's my answer. Shall we just check that it's consistent? We know the black diamond has to come first. There's number 1. It's only one black diamond. These two have to be second and fifth. Second and fifth. And a tool with white teeth is used second. So I'm assuming that this is the white teeth on this one, because it's either this or this second. So it has to be this one. This is the closest one to white teeth. That's second. And we know that these have to be sequential. So this has to be second. This has to be third. This has to be fourth, since the hook is fourth. And that's all we need to know. Tool with yellow tassel is after the maze. So if I say this is 5, then this is 6. And I claim that there's a yellow tassel on this guy, which I believe that is. All right, Jonathan says it's a little hard for the channel to see, but I've made my guess. So now we're going to look at the Book of Secrets 586. And we'll see if I'm right. Jonathan says, wait a second. It says consecutive, but does that mean sequential? Wow, that's a good question. I mean, the way I read it, yes, consecutive must mean sequentially. Otherwise, you're not really saying anything. All right, here we go. So I have answered that it's this one here is the fourth one, the hook. I'm a little concerned about that, but if no one's going to object, we're going to click and read the answer here. Okay, here we go. Succeed if you selected the hook, which we did. If you succeeded, gain the tools of creation, 997. If you fail, gain 2 random skills. Succeed or fail, lose card 535. All right, so we did it. Thank you. 997. What have we discovered? Unfortunately, though, we did gain another item, which means we're going to have to throw away something. This looks like a pretty serious item we've got here. When placed, gain a boost here per card, per wood sentient card. And we can spend a boost to gain a skill, or includes a skill from this card with the total of a player's skill dice roll. Leave the skill here. So we've gained these items. We can, while we're dealing with the wood people, we can improve our boost, or we can put any look there. It's worth $20. And now it's saying you can spend a boost to put a skill on this card, or spend a boost to include a skill with the total of a player's skill dice roll and leave the skill. I think it's saying that you can make any tests cheaper by whatever tokens are on this card, it sounds like. Yeah, we are closer to buying this house if we want. Can you imagine we try to buy the house and we pay them with this? All right, so what are we throwing out in order to keep this? I am tempted to get rid of this card. If we ever need it, we can swap it back in. It's so hard to use. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put this here. We gain a boost for every card like this. We've got 2 of them, so we're starting out with 2 boosts on this card. Be nice to get one more, huh? This is a very weird rule here. Include a skill from this card with the total and leave it here. That's very weird. I'm not 100% sure I understand how that works. Okay, but we are over our maximum. We're going to have to throw away one of these, yes. What are we going to throw away? I think we're just going to throw away this ability. This is more likely to be used by us. I don't think this one, this ask thing, is going to be very useful. I'm going to throw that away. Okay, but I'd like to get a pack beast of burden that we can help carry things. All right, we're still at 586 now. What do we want to do? We've solved their puzzle. Do we want to go deeper into their home? Yes, our friend is with us, but he's not willing to carry anything for us. We could try to learn from him. We could try to learn more magic, but I don't think we're ready. All right, I guess we're going to go deeper into their home. Um, hmm. I'm going to put another token on this. Do that. All right, deeper into their home is this asterisk. Oh yeah, we can't do any more of these. All right, let's go deeper into their home. So we're going to do the Depart 586 card. We can't persuade. We've already done the solve. That's all we're able to do. Okay, we can climb north after exiting out the back, pocketing a ring as you leave. Wouldn't even say to steal. It's just... All right, well, here we go. North 3, we've got one place we can put. I'm going to go ahead and spend a navigation move token so that we only have to roll 2. Actually, if I don't spend that, then we can reclaim everything. So let's do that. Let's do a 3 test. So we don't have 3 dice, so everything comes back. And now we're doing 3. Okay. So actually, I wouldn't mind losing the heart because we keep getting places we can get it back. But we have a place we can put it. So I guess we're going to do that. Do we really have no other move action? If this was available, we could put that there. It's not, so I'm going to put these back. And we're not in a wood test, so I can't put it here. So I guess that's it. Okay. Climb north after exiting up the back, pocketing a ring. You're excited to try on the ring. Gain item 995. I don't like the sound of this. We're gonna have to start dumping stuff and exit the 687. Can we get some stuff to help us carry? All right, let's take a look at this crystal. It's worth 15. We now have enough to sell and buy this house. All right, look at this bullshit. All players look at each other's current location and gain a boost. How stupid is that? But this does let us put book dice, which is good, and it is worth a lot of money. All right, what are we going to get rid of? What are we going to get rid of to keep this ring? We have stolen enough that we could go. We could absolutely... What if we got rid of our binoculars and then we could get them again? I think maybe that's what we do. Let's get rid of our binoculars and we can always get them again by doing the equip action. Oh, but it did say only once per game, I think. So, but it has the same thing. Oh, I don't know now. Is there something we'd rather not have? I mean, do we really want to be fishing? Maybe we just get rid of this fish. I mean, that could be the way we get... I don't think we like fishing. I'm going to dump fishing. And I'm going to put this out. When it's placed, we get a boost. Okay. Now, 687, is that right? 687. All right, here we are. We're entering a new area. High among the treetops, your view for miles is almost unobstructed. I'm going to go ahead and put a boost on this and this so that we're almost rescued if we want to get rescued. All right, your view for miles is almost unobstructed. So we could do a scan and see if we're in a new area and then dig down into the ground again if we wanted to. Seems like we're leaving the tree, people. I think it's time for us to learn the new spell. Although it feels like we might have to drop a new stuff. You know what I think maybe? I think maybe we should get rid of this guy. I mean, he's not doing all that much for us. He's just taking up space. So look at adjacent or gain vehicle 1014. So let's see, we're maxed out here. I'm going to spend these to for navigation. I think maybe we should, if we duel him, are we going to get some item? You want to duel him? All right, let's duel him. All right, we're going to duel him. But do we want to get vehicle 114 first? Let's first gain a vehicle. Gain vehicle 1014. I'm going to go ahead and gain a vehicle. I'm hoping that it's going to let us carry more. Like, can we store stuff in our vehicle? Aha! Look at that. It's a boat, but look at that little plus. That's what I wanted to see. So when you're on water, you can put a thing there, and we could fish. And we can upgrade this into a sailboat. But now that we have this, we can swap it out. I'm going to swap it out with the binoculars. No. I'm going to swap it out with the binoculars for now. This stays on it. This doesn't, unfortunately. Now we can carry 2 cards, though, because of this extra plus. We could sell this and get enough money to buy this house. But now that this guy has got our vehicle and a boost, we can fight him. So we're going to go ahead and duel this guy. So we're going to duel 1364. He said he wanted an adventure. This is the adventure he's getting. 1364. Duel the sentient in a card and dice game. That's not what I had in mind. All right. It's a 1 test. Let's go ahead and roll 1. It's a nothing. I'll just put it up here. Okay. The wood sentient expertly flicks a skirm card so that it lands vertically between 2 dice. Gain 1 boost on the sentient. Then place card 798 on the table and follow its instructions. This sounds like it's going to be some dexterity thing, which I'm not thrilled about. Oh my god, it's a whole long set of instructions. Follow its instructions using card 1528 as the opponent's card. All right, this has gotten crazy. All right, but something serious has happened here. This is what we've got in front of us now. You can duel the sentient again in the future only if you win. Variant Quick Skirm. So it looks like if we don't want to play this full game, we can jump to the variant. All right, let's look at this and see how it goes. See what we're up against here. So there's solo rules and multiplayer rules. When playing solo, the sentient opponent isn't controlled by a human, and they ignore the ability on their card. If your opponent activates their ability first, your opponent gains a random skill. If your opponent activates their ability last, your opponent gains 1 point. Then they roll. Then roll a challenge die, resolve the corresponding rule from the table below. If a rule identifies multiple valid skill types, which one must be chosen? Use the one that is leftmost in this list if no valid options. We're playing the game of Skirm here. Okay, so then each of these dice has a different effect. So re-roll your opponent's dice of all types, which you have more. Re-roll all of your opponent's dice of their printed skill types. Your opponent gains 1 point. Your opponent steals 1 die of a skill type of which you have 1 or more. Printed skill that's topmost on your card counts as belonging to your opponent instead of you. Your opponent gains 1 skill. Your opponent's scoring rule. When your opponent gets points from their scoring rule, they get the points you would have gotten if you had scored that rule instead of your own. Blade and Cloak. Label the 2 groups 1 and 2, then roll a challenge die. Any of those, re-roll group 1, otherwise group 2. When concealing dice, ignore them until step 3. This is craziness. Do you think we have to read these basic rules too first? Yes, I think so. It says Skirm multiplayer rules, but clearly this is just the modification. And then this guy, this is the person we're dueling, and he's got various things. All right, this is craziness. But we're on some strange planet, and we're playing a game that we're not familiar with, and we asked to play it. Now, it looks like we could play this Quick Skirm if we wanted to have a fast game. We have been playing for 3.5 hours, but in truth, I feel like we should learn how to play this Skirm game. I would forgive you if you wanted to tap out and go to sleep here, but I am going to stick around and learn to play it. First, we'll have a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So this may be our longest game of Vantage yet. We tried to fight and kill this weird-looking person who's come along with us. We challenged him to a duel, and he broke out a deck of cards, and he wants to play a very long, involved card game, which we're now going to learn how to play. It looks like you might be able to play this game with lots of different opponents throughout the course of multiple sessions, but this is our first time, so we're going to have to learn how to play. There is a shorter version of the game, which Joseph says he prefers when playing solo, but we're going to learn how to play this game properly first. This is your first Skirm duel. Gain Destiny 1603. So it looks like we've got a Destiny which is specific to this game of Skirm. It's like becoming a Skirm master. Achieve legendary acclaim. Win at least one duel. Track progress here. If you do, you may complete the Destiny by reading 1603. So I guess it's saying that if you have 7 Skirm fights, Skirm duels, win at least one duel plus 1 per player. Okay, so you just have to win 2 solo, and then you would get this Destiny. So if we beat this guy, we might have another one. Okay, so now this goes on the table and just joins our other Destinies here. We have multiple. One is to get off the planet waiting for someone, and the other one is to have, maybe I'll just put this there. Okay, so either one of these would end the game. Okay, that doesn't count as a space in our supply here. Okay, now find cards 1517 through 1528. Cards can remain in a deck on the table with these rules from now on. 1517. 17, 18, 19, 28. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of cards that form a Skirm deck. How crazy is this? And 1528 is this guy. Okay, so these are just different opponents that you could fight, it seems. Unless the dual action results with the specific card, which it does, then you would random. So if you have a random Skirm fight, it's going to be one of these people that you play against. But we're specifically playing against this guy. Okay, so I don't know why it told us to get out these cards. Doesn't seem like that in this case we do that. All right, so here's how we play. We have our opponent. Normally, if you're playing multiple players, someone would play the role of this person. If you have yet to collect any Skirm cards, randomly gain one of the remaining to use for this duel. Oh, okay. So we do need one of these cards. I see. This is going to be the ability that I guess we're going to play. All right, so we take one. This is going to be us. Okay. I guess I'll put these somewhere. All right. Now, so that's our card. That's our opponent. Okay. We don't have any Skirm cards, so we just have this. Both duelists roll 6 skill dice. Simultaneously reveal 1 skirm card. The duelist with the highest skirm speed number in the upper left goes first. All right, so we need a bunch of skill die. 4, 5, 6. And 6. Okay, that's why we got so many of these. All right, so 12 dice I've got for us total. Let's learn the rules. Both duelists roll 6 skill dice, simultaneously reveal a skirm card. So if we might have multiple of these in our supply, but for now we just have the one. Okay, highest number goes first, which would be us. For a faster and more luck-based version, skip this step. Sorry, I'm trying to put it where I can read it here. Okay, for a faster, skip this step. The first duelist, so if I guess this is the variant, but otherwise, first duelist, which would be us, activates their card's ability. I guess we're just going to go ahead and do this, huh? I guess we'll just go ahead and do this. Let's just see how this works. So there's our 2 players. Maybe I'll put this over here. Does that work? And like that. Let's see. How are we gonna do this? No, we're gonna do it like this. And we're gonna zoom in like this. Okay. So this is gonna be my 6. And this is gonna be, can you see those? There's my 6, and this is the opponent's 6. We'll just try this out once at least and see how this goes. All right. First duelist, which is the one with the higher card, that's us, the 12, goes first. We're the fastest. Okay. Activates their card's ability, the text at the bottom next to an icon. Okay, so our ability is Tome. You may re-roll each die once. Choose the new or old result. So each of these I could re-roll and choose the new or the old. Okay. Then the opponent. This guy would get to do it, but we're playing solo, so those rules are different. Well, I guess we have to read this whole rule set first. Okay, unless otherwise noted, abilities refer to your dice. Compare each skill type, your dice, plus the skills printed at the upper left of each card to award 1 point per type. For example, if a duelist A has 2 of these and duelist B has 4, duelist B gains 1 point. Ties award 0. Each skirm card also has an additional scoring explained above the card's ability. Okay. All right. So the additional scoring for this guy is he gains 1 point per skill type that doesn't match this. This guy's additional scoring is gain 1 point per different skill quantity. Okay. Compare each skill type. So I guess that's a skill type, that's a skill type, this is a skill type, then this is a skill type. So 4 different skill types. And then for each one, we just see who has the most. Compare each skill type. I see. Right, okay. So in this case, we have 2 of the greens, and he has 1 of the greens. So we would get a point for that. Then if you look at the navigations, we have 2 navigations, and he has 1, 2. It's a tie, that's 0. And so on. And we go through all of them this way. And then we look who has the most points. We do our extra thing, gain 1 point per skill type. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We'd get 4 extra points because we have 4 different skill types. He would get 1 point for different skill quantity. So he has 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. So actually he would only get 2 extra points. So we're going to do good here, but we haven't done our re-rolling stuff. Okay. So then you look at who has the most points. If there's a tie, whoever went first goes. Okay, now, if you win the duel, you gain 2 money. Win or lose, gain a random card from the Skirm spoiler pack to your reserve. Your entire Skirm collection counts as only 1 reserved card. If the opposing sentient one, the player acting on his behalf gains 2 overpower. And here is just a reminder of all 6 skill types. Okay, fair enough. The most you can win out of all this skill test is $2. That's it. All of this is for $2. Unless unless there was some other rules for dueling him. Let me just make sure. 1364. Follow its instructions. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so now that's the basic rules. Now let's read the solo rules. Sarah says this is exciting. Okay, let's see. When playing solo, the enemy isn't controlled by a human. So normally a human could decide whether to set up to 3 different faces. So in solo case, if they were to go first, they would get a random extra skill. But since they go last, your opponent gains 1 point, then roll a challenge die and resolve the corresponding rule from the table below. A rule identifies multiple valid skill types, of which one must be chosen. Use the one that is leftmost. So we roll a challenge die, resolve the rule from the table. So whatever we roll, then we'd have to do that. Your opponent's scoring. When your opponent gets points from their scoring rule, they get the points you would have gotten if you had scored that rule instead of your own. What? When your opponent gets points from their scoring rule, which is here, 1 point per different skill quantity, they get the points you would have gotten if you had scored that rule. I guess the idea here is that it's trying to make it more of a puzzle for you to solve because you're not going to be doing this thing. So while you're making your own decision for your own abilities, you're also affecting the points they're going to get. So when I use these rules to do this, I should also be looking at 1 point per different skill quantity and trying to minimize that. Okay, fine. And then what's this blade cloak? What's that? Is this rules for... Is this? Some people have blade and cloak on these. Gauntlet, horn, blade. And one of these is going to say cloak. Yes, okay. So these rules here are how to interpret those other custom scoring. Okay, this is craziness. I definitely do not want to do this normally, but we'll do one round the proper way. This seems kind of crazy, but we'll just give this a try. All right. We've rolled our dice. Now, we go first. So we activate our ability and then the opponent. But because we're playing this one, your opponent gains 1 point, then roll a challenge die. Okay. So first we're going to do this. We're going to activate our ability. You can re-roll each die once and choose the new or old thing. We want 1 point per skill type that doesn't match this. What does that mean? Our ability, we're just trying to get the most. So we're comparing it to him. So we want to have more than 2 navigation. Right now we have 2. So we'd like to roll another navigation. We're already beating him on this. We're not beating him on this. And we're beating him on this. So we'd like to keep this exactly as it is. Navigate, and we're beating him on this, so we'd like to keep that, but we're tied on this and tied on these. So we give up one of these and hope to roll the other one. But what is this thing? Gain 1 point per skill type that doesn't match this. Gain 1 point per different skill. I understand that. Sand. Gain 1 point per skill type that doesn't match this. What does that mean? What's this? This refers to the skill icons in the top left, says Joseph. So gain 1 point per skill type that doesn't match this. So the yellow doesn't match it, the red doesn't match it. That's weird. I guess I'm gonna roll this blue. I'm hoping to get a purple. I guess these two are zeros. Reroll 1 orange and 1 red. But I want to beat him on this. I'm going to roll these two. I'm not sure. Now if I re-roll both of these, then I'm going to lose on both of these. I think I'm going to re-roll just this. Let's see what happens. All right, well, that's not what I wanted. So I could keep this, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep my, let's see. Reroll each of your dice ones. So I re-rolled this one, and I decided to keep it. Now I'm going to re-roll this one. I'm going to keep this too because I get another point for that. Now I'm losing on this, but I'm getting a point for this. But I'm losing, I'm tied on this. Still pretty weird to me. I'm going to re-roll. I'm going to re-roll this one. Okay, now I'm winning on this. Or I could keep it. This all seems like it's not, it's all kind of a wash to me, no matter what I do. So I guess I'm just gonna, are any of these unnecessary? Not really. All right, I'm just gonna leave it here. I've had enough. Okay, so we did that, and now because we're so low, the opponent gains 1 point. All right, so I'm gonna use some cubes for points, I guess. Seems a little bit. Seems like a little bit of busy work here. Okay, he gains 1 point. Then rolls a challenge die, resolve the corresponding rule. All right, this is all right. It doesn't matter. Why I don't know why I'm complaining. We're gonna do this once. This seems like a crazy thing to do. But okay, so there's his challenge die. It's a minus. Your opponent gains 1 random skill. Okay, but we run out of these dice. Are there more dice anywhere? Not really. So he gains 1 random skill. All right, I'm just going to remember that this is an orange. He gained that. So I know I put this back. I give him his extra skill. All right. Now let's follow the rule here and see if we can understand this crazy thing. The idea that you would play this seems crazy to me, but okay. Okay. Compare each skill type. So we go through this order here and we look who has the most. So navigation, we have 1, he has 2, so he gets a point. Purple, we've got 0, he has 1, he gets a point. Orange, we have 2, he has 1, so we get a point. Green, we have 2, he has 1, so we get a point. Yellow, we have 2, he has 1, so we get a point. Red, we have 1, he has 3, so he gets a point. Now we go to our special rule. When do we trigger the special rule? Compare each type. Duelist with the most points. I don't know why it didn't have the rules. Where is the rules about the... all additional scoring? Okay, 1 point per skill type that doesn't match this. So orange doesn't match it, yellow doesn't match it, and red doesn't match it. So we get 3 extra points. 1, 2, 3. All right, and now to score this guy's card, when you're playing solo, they get the points you would have gotten if you had scored that rule. So 1 point per different skill quantity. So we have a 1, we have 1 blue, we have 2 green, we have 2 orange, we have 2 yellow, and 1 red. So 2 different quantities. So he's got 6 points, and we have 6 points. So the duelist with the most points wins. If tied, the duelist with who went first wins. So we win. We tied the score, and we won. Who knows what little mistakes were made here, but that's Skirm, basically. So we won this duel, and for that half hour long effort, we got $2 off him. Win or lose, gain a random card from the Skirm spoiler pack. So I think this is the Skirm spoiler pack, which is the one item in the box that is wrapped like this. So because we won, we get to open this up. We get random card from here. So it's a big deck. I guess we're not supposed to look at this, but it looks like it's more cards with special abilities. And we added to our reserve. If the opposing sentient one, then something would happen. Okay, so we get a random card here into our collection. It looks like a little space flying little, what is it? A bat, a little prawn, shrimp. It's got its own ability, its own speed, its own type. So I mean, these are all different kinds of sentients that we can meet in the world. We haven't met any of those creatures yet. So now, what happens? We take this and put it back away. This comes to our reserve. Otherwise, it told us to take these cards, remain in a deck on the table from now on. So this is in our reserve here, but it says all of our Skirm cards count as one reserve pile, one reserved card. So we're still over our limit, though. We can only carry 2. So I'm just going to get rid of this one and keep our Skirm card, although I don't really care about this Skirm card. And I guess the idea here is what? If we built up this Skirm in our reserve, randomly gain 1 to use for this duel. Gain 1 to use for this duel. And we won a battle, so we're putting a cube on this. If we have one more Skirm battle, we could fulfill that. But look what it says. It says if you don't have any Skirm cards, take one of the remaining ones. But it doesn't say what if you do have Skirm cards. So I guess the idea is that this is in our collection, and what we would, if we were playing against someone, we would pick one of our Skirm cards and play it and say we've chosen to use this guy in our fight. So you could choose this. I guess this card was just temporarily on loan to us. If we have any future fights, though, it's going to be with this one. Gain 1 point per navigation skill. Okay, so for this guy, at least you know what you should be doing. You should be going for lots of those navigation skills. And he's got the same tome ability. Okay, but maybe, like, I don't plan to have any more of these Skarm battles. So I don't think I'm ever gonna... So, but does this mean that this will disappear after this game? Like, we won't have this anymore after this game? Next game, we'd have to win this back again? I don't like that. Like, I don't ever want to have to do that again. Let's look up what Skirm says in the glossary. Skirm is a card and dice dueling game played by many sentients, so that's what they play on this world. All cards you could take up 1 in total reserve. They cannot be placed in your grid. Return all non-default. Return all non-default Skirm cards to the spoiler pack. What does that mean? Return all non-default Skirm cards. There are 12 default. Okay, so these are the default ones that you could play against random opponents. All right, fine. 12 default. Return all non-default at the end of the game. Yeah, so this thing that we got goes away. Joseph says, people mentioned that, and Jamie said he would house rule it so you can carry spoiler cards from session to session, so it would be up to you. Yeah, it makes much more sense to keep this forever. So we can always play this in the future if we wanted to. So that's what we'll do. We'll keep this card forever into future games as well. All right, well, that was a hour-long little diversion. We did win our Skirm battle. I'm not sure how much skill-based test that was, but that's pretty annoying to have to deal with all this stuff. Let's see what quick Skirm rules are. So you take a random card. You roll 6 for you, 6 for the sentient. You choose one of your Skirm cards to play. So you start off, you gain a bonus Skirm card, no matter what. I like it. Then you choose which Skirm. After you see the dice, you see which one to play for yourself. And you choose, and then you take a random for the sentient. Trying to have more dice matching the icons on your card versus the sentience card. Ignore all text. If your card has a higher speed, you may re-roll all your dice once. If you have the lower speed, you break ties. Win, lose, or tie, you gain the card. Okay, I like that much better. That's what we will play in the future. None of it sounds all that enjoyable. But Joseph says, quick Skirm is just rolling the dice, ignoring the abilities, much faster, much more enjoyable, although heavier on luck. Yeah, that's how we'll do it in the future. So we just had an hour-long fight with this guy, duel. If we wanted to end the game now, we could duel him again and try to win with luck. I don't think we want to do that, but I am going to go ahead and put another cube on that and here. So we are now ready to be lifted off the planet if we want to end the game with this destiny. We've been dropping stuff like crazy because we're out of space. So I was hoping to kill this guy off. I don't know if I want to swindle him. Do you think we'll get money if we swindle him? Why are there two things here? We spent one to gain a vehicle. I don't think I should have that one. All right, this is kind of crazy. But let's learn this magic skill before we continue, just so we can see what it is. Let's do a level 2 test here. We're going to roll 2 dice. We can put one here. We can hopefully get a star to put here. We can put one here and make him go away. We can't put one here. Okay, I'm just going to roll 2. All right, so now this is bad because we didn't roll a star, and we want to learn this magic. We need a star, but we have lots of rerolls. So I'm going to spend a reroll. Okay, that's still not a thing. I'm going to spend another reroll. Wow, that's still not a thing. I'm going to spend another reroll. There's our star. I'm going to put the star here, and we're going to learn another spell, and this one's going to go here. All right, that's all right. That's what we budgeted for. So we're going to learn spell 1372. We're trying to learn as much magic this game as possible so that we can learn about how magic works. Look at this magic we just learned. When placed, gain a cube on each card in this column. It's called luck. Player rolls 1 skill die with challenge dice for an action. If the skill result matches the action type, ignore all challenge dice. So you roll a skill die when you do a test. If it matches the type of action, ignore stuff. And roll your challenge dice. Reroll one of your challenge dice. Okay, see, we don't have the ability to reroll, but that's kind of silly. All right, but it's a new thing. But instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop. Oh no, I'm not going to drop it because in lesson 1426, we got a new lesson, which we probably want to keep. So we can learn up to level 3 magic. So I guess we want to keep that. And the question is, what do we want to drop for this? And I think what we're going to do is just get rid of this, either the meat or the sentient. Do we want to try to swindle him or something? Do I want to keep him around? Do we want to get rid of the boat? I think we might want a sailboat. I think we're going to have to drop something if we want to keep this. You know what? I don't think I want this. I'm just going to throw away this card. I don't want it. So that's that. That goes there. We could try it again to learn another magic. Kind of getting crazy though. All right, let's get rid of this guy by doing something with him. Maybe we'll swindle him. Maybe we'll get some money out of him. I'm just going to go ahead and swindle this guy. I do feel like we are... Sarah says, I don't like this guy anymore. Yeah, we fought him. It's time for him to go away. So I'm going to say we're going to swindle him 1364. Hopefully he doesn't want to play another game of this thing. Let's see what happens. Swindle the sentient once per game. All right, it's a 4 test, so this is going to cost us because we don't really have places to put this. But we're going to do a 4. All right, here we go. All right, so here's the 4 we rolled. What can we put where? We can put a star here, no matter what we do, which gets a boost, which is great. We're fighting this guy, so we can put a die here. I'll put this here, which gets us a boost on this card. Two more. Any hourglass could go here. I'm going to go ahead and, well, let's just throw them here. We don't need to spend them otherwise. Okay, so we've swindled him. Let's see what happens. Fool the sentient into believing you're raising funds to carve a new personality for yourself. Perfectly execute a long con involving a stolen identity, a bait and switch, and a big twist at the end. That would cost us the time. We can't afford that. Convince the sentient you saw a water sentient invading the forest and they should let you hold their coin purse while they check it out. That's what we want. We want him to go away and he'll give us his whole money supply. Here we go. Lose the sentient and gain $15. That's huge. That's a lot of money. That's exactly what we wanted. We gained $15. We could go back and buy that house almost. All right, so he's gone away. Okay, now we've got a space. I think what we're going to do is we're going to spend one of our boosts in order to put this back in our supply so that we can now use it again. All right, well, we got a ton of money now, more money than we need. And we're finally ready to go back to our game. We can't quite afford the house, but we could think about going back there. All right. Whew. All right. It almost feels like we haven't been playing for a while, but this is so we could get picked whenever we're ready to end this game. We can let the ship pick us up. So is there anything else we want to do in particular here? I mean, we could just keep going for our mission, but it may take us a long time to end this game. I wonder if we shouldn't scan the horizon, see if we're in a different area yet. Or maybe it's time to consider this game. Maybe we should, well, we can't go back. We could go back and buy the house, but we could go back to the city and sell stuff and try to live in this place. Joseph says, pivot the mission, then climb up. So pivot would help us discover how to pursue our mission. But let me propose an alternate theory to you. We've got $15, $16, $17, $18, $19. And we've got some expensive items. I think we should go and buy that house. I think we should sell our stuff and settle down in this village and buy that house. I think that's what we should do. I don't think we're going to achieve this mission. And instead, I think it's time for us to settle down. and live with the forest people. So I think we want to go back the way we came. I think that's what we should do. How do you guys feel about that? Instead of trying to achieve this mission, I think we should go back to the city, sell our stuff, and then go buy this house. And settle down here. How do you guys feel about that? I think that's what we're going to do. I think we've had as much adventure as we're going to have. I think that we should go live here. All right, so I'm going to try to get us back here. So I think we went north to get here. So I think we're going to try going south. Navigate 687 south. Descend south to the base of the tree. It's a 3 test. We've got a couple places. I'm going to go ahead and spend 2 tokens. Roll 1 die. It's an hourglass. I don't have a good place to put it, and I don't want to do that, so I'm going to re-roll that. The back, that's fine. The climb from the emergent layer down to the glow in the canopy below isn't so far. It's difficult not to dwell on how far above the forest floor you are. Go to 682. So we climbed down, and we ended up here where they have the house that we can buy. But we don't have enough money. So we've got to go back again to get to the city, which I think is south again. So we're going to navigate south from 682. I think that's right. Trek south into or around a city. The city smells of rich mahogany. Choose one. Trek into the city or trek around the city. All right, we want to go. Oh, we have to do a 3 test. All right, it's okay. I'm going to spend 1. I'm going to spend 2 skill tokens. We could end up in a little bit of danger here. To roll 1 die, that's a blank. That's fine. Okay, into the city. A bowl of worms props open the door to a shop. If you enter, read the result of 519. Then go to City 519. Otherwise, go to City 519 and gain 1 random skill. What's happening here? We can either choose to go into this shop where the door is open, or we can gain a random skill and go into the city. I guess we're going to go into this bowl of worms store. 519 in look. So it's look 519. And then we're going into the city. No. We're not doing that. We're gaining a random skill instead, which is an overpower. We're not going into the fishing. But now we get to the city. Okay. We're back at the city. Now, we remember you can sell items in the tavern, was it? I think... Was it the tavern that lets us sell stuff? Or was it the... Or was it the... It wasn't the climbing gym. It wasn't that. I think it was the tavern, the talk, I believe. Is that right? Tavern. I know in the tavern we got the magic, but didn't we have an option to sell our stuff? I think we did. So I'm gonna say it's tavern 519. I think that's right. Okay, it's a 3 test. So we have to roll 3 dice. We don't have any. You know, before I do this, let me just look at this. So we spend a token to gain a skill, place it here, or include a skill from this card with the total. This is weird, but I'm going to do this. Gain a skill. I'm going to put this skill just for fun right there. I'm going to choose that one. Let's just do one reroll. All right. So let's do this now. We're due a 3 test. I'm going to roll these through 3 dice. I'm going to roll the 3 dice. Whoops, not the wrong dice. Roll 3. I don't really understand. Oh, I see. Player's skill dice roll. So that's a different test. Okay. That's fine. I'm going to put one of these here by... Sorry. I'm going to put one of these here by paying this. And then I'll just put this here. And this one we'll put back there. Okay, so we've paid for it, and now we've got the choice, which is what we wanted. Sell items. Well, you are allowed to go back and do the city stuff as much as you want. And the buying the house said we could do it multiple times. So I don't think we're breaking any rules here. Are we? Because you can do multiple different actions here. And you can always go into the city. I think we're allowed to do this. Joseph says, cities only offer an exception to the typical rule of one total location action per location. Not that we can perform the same action multiple times. I see. All right, well, we're going to... I see what you're saying. Yes, you're making a point. Okay, well, we're going to do it this time using the overriding rule of we can break the rules, but we're going to try this. Lose up to 2 cards to gain their coin value from your grid or your reserve. Okay, so that's what we wanted. We currently have 15, 16, 17. We have $19. We need to get up to 35. We can sell 2 items. So we could sell this $20 one, which is what we're going to do. Because if they see us wearing this when we come back to their house, they are not going to like it. So we're going to sell their item for $20. And now we have $39. Enough to buy a nice house in the forest. So we've sold one card. We've gotten a lot of money for it. And now we're going to leave the city. All right. And we're going north from 519. Trek north. That's 2 to roll. Okay, we put one there. We put one here. Your thighs get an excellent workout as you stroll through the city, the streets of which are almost all staircases. Go to 682. Okay, here we are. We're going to knock on this door, and no, we're not going to enter. We don't use one of these actions. We just go there. That lets us get in, I believe. So it's a move 682. We are allowed to do this again because we're just moving north. Climb north, ascending into the trees. That's not right. What's gone wrong? Is that not what we did? Are we having to break the rule about entering? Is it enter? Greet. So we're really not allowed to do this again, even though the game said we kind of could come back. I did a depart action instead of a move. Well, yes, I did a depart, but that's what I meant to do. I thought that's how we got in by going north. I guess we wanted to do a greet action, though, which is breaking the rule of doing it twice, but that's okay. We are deliberately calling ending this game in an odd way. Okay, so we're going to greet the occupants of the house with a 4 test. We need to refresh everything. I mean, we are deliberately ending this game early because it feels like a place to end, so it's okay. We're bending some rules here. All right, so we're doing a 4 greet. Okay, well, those are some pretty harsh dice. We'll put this one there. Okay, we've got 2 hearts and 2 hearts and an hourglass. We can put one up. I guess we'll put this up here and spend a cube from that, and then 2 hearts, which we'll just eat. We could re-roll, but we don't need to. Okay, so here we go. The sentient at the door is joined by several others who peer out the windows. Okay, we can share a story or persuade the sentients to let you buy their house. You may later repeat this action for this option only if you don't choose to do it now, which is what we read. But I'm not sure like how you could do that. It says you can repeat this later. But how could we have been allowed into the house later? All right, that's okay. We're choosing this. All right. Gain items 916, 995, 997, and structure 1689. I think we're buying this as a vacation house. We're not planning on actually living here. Let's see what this is all about. 916. I think we're going to have to call the ship to rescue us. Okay, 916. We've got the keys to the house. $9.95. Okay, $9.95 is already out. $9.97. So look what they gave us. They gave us this is $9.97. And what is $9.95? Do we already have $9.95? Yes, it was the puzzle thing. So actually, if you buy the house, they've given us two things we already have. Structure 1689. Okay. So we've bought this house. Look at this little miniature version of the house. Look how cool that is. Look at this miniature version of this house. So this enters into our shelter. We've bought a little vacation house. It lets us keep 3 extra cards in our reserve. We just leave them at the house. Use the structure only while you're on its location of origin. So we've bought their house. It's worth $35 in case we want to resell it again. We can now put stuff, reflect, entertain, heal, bathe, or duel. And we've got this key that goes into our supply. Let's see what this key does. We can pick a lock. We can enter places more easily. It's worth 8 money. We can use to generate, take things, and we can craft into an advanced item. Replace this with a universal key. So we can make some super key, skeleton key that will let us get into buildings easier. And we now have more storage space. So while we're here, let's have a little party and then we'll call the spaceship to come get us. All right, so we're going to do an entertain action here. Storybook, entertaining with card 1689. Entertain people in our home. So we're going to roll 2 dice. Okay, one goes here. One is an hourglass we can put there and get another boost. Sorry, you can't see any of that. I'm going to fix this for the next time we play so you can see this screen and this when I do it. Okay. You host a quiet gathering of old friends. Gain 1 boost on each sentient on your grid. Okay, there are no sentients other than, I guess, us, if we count. I guess we don't count. All right, we had a little party. Now we're going to reflect on our adventures, 1689. Reflect on the joys of home ownership. Okay, that goes there. In fact, we can put it on our binoculars. You sip contentedly on some tea as you appreciate the view. Gain Destiny 1600. You've completed it. Place in the center. You've completed it. May end the game when you're ready and add 1 boost on your character. Okay, so we have a new destiny. What is that new destiny? You have at least 1 shelter. If you do, you may complete the destiny by reading 1600 in the Book of Secrets. So we have this actually completed. So it's time for us to make a choice. We've built a home in the woods. We can end the game with the destiny of making a home, or we can end the game now by waiting for a ship to take us away. Now, it seems obvious to me that we've gone through all this trouble to make a home on this planet. So probably we should end the destiny and make a home. All right, while we all think about that, Joseph says, do you want to see one crazy thing before you end it? It won't take long. If it's something that we can only do because we've built up a lot of cards that we won't build up in the future, that will take us a long time, then sure. If it's something that we can find on a subsequent game easily, then we might as well wait for a subsequent game. But let's hear it. If so, finish with Destiny 1705. I see. Joseph says if we do this, it's not going to really end the game, I guess. It might mean help with subsequent games. Okay, let's try it. So Joseph says, trust me, try ending with this destiny. Survive until help arrives. It will and it won't. All right, let's try it. So remember, this was not our goal. This was our origin that we didn't achieve. But we can achieve both of these destinies. You can always just end it at any time with the other one. All right, so we're going to see what happens. We're going to hang out in our house and see what happens when the ship arrives. So we're going to do this last thing here, which gives us a boost here. And we're going to look up 1705 in the Book of Secrets. All right, we're waiting for the ship. I think we should have our last break first. We're going to break for 8 minutes. Those of you who have accompanied me on this journey for the last 5 hours, hopefully you can hold out for 8 more minutes. We'll watch the ship come down, and then we'll end our career, our destiny here in this house, or we'll get on the ship. We'll find out in 8 minutes. All right, we're back for the finale of our fourth mission in the world of Vantage. And I'm feeling quite a bit contemplative here. We've had a very interesting journey here. Before we end this game, let's just recap a little bit about what happened today. We took our navigator for the 4th time. Our little hapless navigator, who we've been talking about, is not particularly good at things. Last session, he was just trying to collect some plants and died. Today, we picked what we knew would be a very hard mission. A very ambitious mission to actually discover the planet's origins of life, which we knew would take us traveling far and wide and meeting and talking to lots of different creatures to discover the secret of life. We started off in the far corner of the map in this forest near some ruins. And we had every intention to explore the world, meet and talk to people, live a social life, and discover the secrets of this planet. And in fact, we went on some real adventures. We learned a lot of magic. We found a magic shovel. We dug underground. We discovered an underground cave of crystals and then dug even further underground and found ourselves faced with this giant, horrendous monster. And we decided that the life of adventure was not quite right for us. We ran away from this scary creature, and we emerged in this forest. Right where we started, right where we had crash landed. And we tried to make friends with these very eccentric, weird tree folk, sentients. We tried to make friends with them. It didn't quite work. They're not the most friendly creatures. They didn't really want to talk to us very much. They were hard for us to understand. We tried to learn how to fish from one of them. We saw 2 of them getting out of some money. And eventually we found the Tree City. And there in the Tree City, we talked to this wizened old drunk who taught us some magic. And we met a shipbuilder stuck in the forest. We tried to befriend him, and over this period, we grew more experienced. We upgraded from this hapless navigator to this experienced guy with coat ready to travel. And we still thought we might travel. We might take our new friend, this shipbuilder, and we thought we might still travel the world and discover the origins of life with this person in tow. And what we discovered is that the social life really wasn't for us. This guy, we played card game with him. We decided we really don't like this. We really don't like this social life. And maybe the life of an extrovert adventurer wasn't for us. And this little tree city of people, they weren't very friendly. They were curmudgeon-y. They didn't really know our language. We couldn't learn their language, but we found this little house that we liked. We did some things maybe we're not so proud of, but we decided, you know what? Maybe the life of an adventurer is not for us. Maybe just finding a nice home, living alone, without companions. We played games where we had friends and companions who we really liked. In this lifetime, we decided maybe a contemplative life alone in the forest like a hermit is the future for us. So we gave them a generous sum, and we moved into this house. We said goodbye to the shipbuilder, and we're going to live out the rest of our lives, I think, in this forest, just drinking tea and contemplating the world. Maybe in a couple more years, we will go out and have that adventure to discover the meaning of life, or maybe we'll just spend the rest of our life here in the forest. So as we bring our adventure to an end, we think we're going to make our home here. However, we have made our last calls to the ship. We think we're going to turn them away when they come, but it's too late to call them back. They're going to show up. They think we're going to go back on the ship with them, back into space. But we've pretty much decided to tell them no. So we're going to go ahead and do this first. So card 1705 in the Secrets, Book of Secrets. The roar of engines fills the sky as a rescue-class vessel from your fleet enters the planet's atmosphere. You figured they'd eventually find you? Choose a player to become the active player. Perform one of the following actions. We can hide from the rescue team so you can pursue your new life on this planet. We can look. We can greet the rescue team with gratitude and open arms, ending your adventure. We can praise and appreciate the rescue team for their efforts, ending your adventure. We can hijack the vessel so you continue your adventure. Or we can overpower the rescue ship so you can achieve victory on your own terms. So we have 3 very cheap actions that end our adventure by traveling with the rescue ship. Or we can hide from it with a 10 test, hijack it with a 10 test, or overpower it with a 10 test. Well, Joseph is nudging us to hijack it. I'm not sure. I've just given this whole long spiel with the philosophical story. So, I don't feel like I can hijack it in all fairness. I've just described our life quietly living in the forest, and I think the ending to that story is us deciding to hide from the rescue vehicle. We've changed our mind. So we're going to move and hide and pursue our new life on this planet. That is the proper way to end this story. We've just decided to live that we don't get along with people. We're going to live in peace and quiet in this house in the forest, away from other beings. And we just don't know how to associate with these other humans anymore. So we're going to do a move 10 test. So we have to take our dice back. And do a 10. Now, is there anything else we need to think about first? Reroll any place stars. Can't do this. I mean, we have no place to put these dice, but hopefully we won't die. So there's 10 dice. So here's all 10 of them. Let me move this off. Okay, so let's just put everything we don't need here. Now let's see, what would kill us? 4 hearts. Could we eat 4 hearts? 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't eat 4 hearts, so we die if we can't place those somewhere. Let's see what we can place. We can place an hourglass there and get a boost. We can put a star here and get a boost. We can put a heart on this move action here. We're not on water. We can't do this. We're not entering. So we actually would survive these just fine, but I think let's just re-roll. Probably we should have traded these in for a couple, but let's re-roll some of these. Okay, that's fine. That's a heart, but we get to re-roll it again till it's blank. That's fine. And I guess these actually all go up here, except for these. Okay, so let's just eat these two. 1, 2. That's fine. We'll keep everything else. So we've survived this, but nothing happens. Is that right, though? View the resulting storybook. Okay, so this is just a... The app doesn't know how to do this, but we're going to now go to the move 10 test on this. I guess maybe that was going to tell me what to do, but let's see if that's right here. The app doesn't quite know how to handle it, but let's try it. So do we think it's a move on 1705? Yes, it's a high 10. Okay, so I've just done this test. We have survived it. Let's read what it says. You remain hidden as the rescue team searches the planet, finding only shipwreckage. The rescue team assumes no one survived the crash. Lose Destiny 1705. Gain Destiny 1600. Wow, look how appropriate that is. This is the destiny that you get given if you hid from the rescue team. We happen to already have it because of the shelter we built. So how thematically appropriate is that? There is a rule if you would get a card you already have. I think the rule is that you get a random skill. Doesn't matter. We have now really, really followed our destiny here. And here we go. Book of Secrets, 1600, Destiny. At long last, you have a roof over your head that you can call your own. You look forward to the day when you can host your crewmates and tell stories about the good old days. The game ends and you achieve an epic victory if you also completed the mission, which we didn't. Otherwise, it's impressive you survived long enough to control your destiny, and your knowledge of the planet will benefit you in the future. So there you have it. We've built a home in the woods, living by ourselves in isolation, maybe making friends with the sentience of the forest, the wood sentience, maybe just living alone. Or maybe one day we'll pick up our stuff and go on another adventure to discover the secret origin of life on this planet. That remains to be seen. Perhaps this ends the story for our navigator. Maybe on the next mission, we take a different character. The world is wide open. All right, thank you for joining me. It was a real pleasure tonight. If you've played this mission, Joseph Mayu, who's joined us today, has done a lot of Vantage and was a real help. But this one is I have a real soft spot in my heart for tonight's adventure and the way it ended. We sort of were in control of our own destiny this time. All right. I won't see you tomorrow night, but I will see you on Friday. We'll decide what to play. If you like these videos, please give it a thumbs up. Consider subscribing to the channel. Perhaps even consider becoming a Patreon supporter of this channel if you want to help pay for the games we play here, since we have no relationship with any publisher. Most of all, just continue to join me on these adventures. Really could not be happier. Good to see all of you. I'll see you next time.